2.5 hours ago. Oopsie. Oopsie. Generally, our latest I like to start is half an hour ago. Oopsie. Oopsie. My bad. Oopsie. Yeah, we're gonna be playing some more of. We're gonna win this game. Actually, that's the plan. The plan is we're about to win Star Citizen 2, dude. We're about to go win the game. We got a little bit to do beforehand, but I don't see why we wouldn't be able to win the game. So yeah, that's gonna be the plan. Winning the game should be fun. So the first thing we gotta do is we can't go to any new areas just yet till we get this cat situation under control. You know what I mean? We have this cat eating our food, and we went until it did a job last time, and while we were on the job it was eating our food, and we know how important supplies are, so we're losing supplies to this cat who's eating all our shit. So we need to maybe just like spend a couple of cycles waiting for this cat to like fall in love with us, so we can stop using all our supplies. I don't think we can upgrade supplies either. But we're pretty rich, so it's gonna be the first aim. Then we'll probably go to like the hallowed place, I reckon. Hello something or other. We'll go there, have a bit of a good old time. Yeah, so what I'm talking about is this stupid cat is eating all that shit, and that's really not like good for us. So I have to be honest with you, it's really not good for us. So we're gonna try and fix that as an issue, I think. Hopefully that all goes well. I don't know, Chief. It might not. You never know. So we're gonna try to do that. Hopefully, yeah, hopefully that doesn't take... between systems, right? There we go, something's happened. And if this is if we've just unlocked the cat, this is huge, dude. This is exactly what we needed to happen. The fact that it happened this quickly is a joy. Give me like 30 seconds here. You got Sleeper. You hear Bliss's voice pass through the rig's central corridor. You have to come see this. I'm hoping this is my cat. You follow their voice and find them floating outside the supply store. Looking in, Bliss holds a finger and nods inside quietly. She's eating. You look inside and you see a cat floating inside, batting at a food pouch. The stray barely acknowledges you and Bliss's presence. Instead, angles her body to catch the droplets of liquid that are released from the transparent pack. Looks like we found our stowaway. Bliss smiles at you. Hey there, girl, Bliss whispers at the stray, beckoning. They hold their hand up so the cat can see them. Not here to take those rations away, alright? You both watch the stray suddenly kick away, twisting I think that's meant to be like balletically through the air and gliding past you both out of the supply store. Catches one of the corridor ribs, swinging itself to a wall where it perches and watches Bliss with big eyes. The comfort of its movement in zero-G is striking. You realize you have never seen an animal navigate in microgravity before. You hear the sound and turn to find Seraphim arriving from the direction of the engine room. He stops dead in his track against the wall, staring at the stray. What the hell is that? Seraphim hisses the question at both of you. It's a cat. What's a cat? Seraphim says the word strangely. Careful there, Bliss holds up her hand to Seraphim. Don't scare her. So that's a cat? Seraphim is watching the stray carefully, either fascinated or scared, it's hard to tell. I thought it would be bigger. You've never seen a cat before? Where would I have seen a cat? Seraphim looked at you. Come to think of it, where would you have seen a cat? That's a good question, actually. Probably from our previous life. The question makes you pause. Where have you seen a cat? Not in the belt, not in zero-G. You close your eyes and bring to mind the faint image of a cat stretching in the sun, somewhere warm, somewhere with weight, with gravity. You touch the fur on its back and it reacts, sliding against your hand. Careful, Seraphim hissed warning, brings you back. Bliss is reaching out to the stray. Shh, you'll scare her. Bliss makes a tutting sound. We had cats back on the eye, but they were in spin gravity there. That's right, we had a cat in number 1 as well. The stray's big eyes watch Bliss's hand as it approaches. When they touch the top of her head, the stray does not move, does not react. Look at her leg, Bliss nods to the sleeve of the cat. She's been hurt before, and taken care of. She's scared. You see the cat trembling with Bliss's touch, but slowly she settles and angles her head for Bliss to scratch her ear. The movement brings back the mysterious memory. What is its origin? Focusing on it makes your skin tremble, a shiver running up your arm. It's been breaking into our supplies. Seraphim has his arms folded and is looking at Bliss. Now we've caught it, we should let it out. Look at her. She's not going to do that again. Bliss's eyes meet the stray. You're not going to do that as long as we feed you, right? That may be true, but we can't risk it happening. What if we've been on a contract? Seraphim gives Bliss a reproachful look. Yeah, it did happen on a contract, and it kind of screwed us a little bit. We can't keep it. Bliss shakes her head. She's a stray. She needs a home, right, Sleeper? Bliss looks at you. We're gonna keep her. Bliss smiles wildly, unable to contain her excitement. You won't regret it. They look at Seraphim. Plus, this rig is already full of strays as it is. I guess it is. Seraphim concedes. You have to feed her though, Sleeper. She's your responsibility. He eyes the stray. I never thought a cat could eat so much. Fuck. Seraphim's right. Looks like you'll need to keep feeding the stray every few cycles if you want her to stick around. This is gonna be expensive. You'll get used to her. Seraphim reaches out sheepishly towards the stray, and if he does, the cat bats playfully at his hand and pulls away. If you say so, he sighs. I'm not really used to animals. He watches Bliss tries to get Seraphim to pet the stray, properly guiding his hand to its ears for a scratch and explaining how to approach her. As you do, the memory of the other cat runs through your mind. It feels like a raw wound, one that if you touch will only bring pain. But you can't help but pick at it, knowing that it might contain some distant part of you. We have a cat now. Can I buy rare components? No. I need engine components. Where the heck can I buy engine components? And how often do I have to feed this cat? Okay, I don't have a time limit. Okay, that's good. I can feed it wherever then. That's awesome. Right, let's do... Did that give us another point, by the way? I think it did. That's what we want. I'm just going to use this to get a little bit more money. And then we're going to head to Hollow's, whatever the hollow place is called. We'll leave Scrapper's. Scrapper's yard seems to lead directly into Darkside, so we might leave that. Complete complete this first. Actually, what we're gonna do. We could do something interesting here. Dude. We need some Solheim data. I have a plan. First we're going to have to eat so we don't starve to death. And cycle. Perfect, maybe. Didn't mean to do that. Let's get some fuel going. That's quite enough. Come over here, I'll grab this. Wasn't there a vending machine? I don't think it was in the water place. I think it was around here. God, now we're starving again. No, we can just do this, sorry. It doesn't work on, fuck, whatever. I think it was at Holmes Rock, right? There was a vending machine that we can use to get an upgrade component so we can upgrade our ship. I think we should do that real quick. No, it's giving us rare components. Fuck. Sell engine components. I want to buy engine components. This way. Come on, come on, come on, game, come on. Thank you. I need one more. Okay, well, hopefully Hollow has one. Let's go to the next plan. Okay, let's go to Greenbelt. And from Greenbelt, let's go to the Hollow. We don't have enough fuel. Why am I stressed? Let's get rid of that before that cooks us. Dude, I wish I could repair my dice. Alright, we go to the hollow. New area, new area. Awesome roll for the new area as well. Sleeper, Eugene takes you aside. I'm gonna head to the Radius Market to find my contact, the one with the data on Halfian. You should come with me, 2 sets of eyes are better than 1. Let's go. As you say, Captain, Eugene grins and heads for the airlock. You watch him go, unsure what his swagger might hide, but you've come this far with him. Maybe it's time to see where it all leads. Righty. Oh, we just do this one. So actually maybe explore the core. And we found the bar, huge. I just want that, so we can buy a meal. We found the debris dealer. Ooh. Work and sell processed scrap here. How much does that sell for? 30 cryo? Dude, we're sitting on a ton of money. We'll keep 3 just in case. $30 money is crazy. Terrible, 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 terrible. What's up with these ones and shit, man? Heart, what do we have here? The Sunward Pole. Help with repairs. Oh, we should do that. Buy a meal first though. Keep healthy while we can. Do this. Do this. We might need to leave here and come back if things don't go according to plan. Three sixes is crazy. Sorry, 2 6s, my bad. Get that going a little bit. Always click on that. We need to come back to here. Grab that. We use these 2 6s to grab the ghost in contact. Perfect. The Radius Market surrounds you and Eugene. Much of the architecture of the Starward Belt is built on Solheim Foundation, as the corporation from the core Solheim structures tend towards the cardinal directions, towards representing gravity in a place where it has little effect. But the Radius Market has no such bias and no singular direction. Instead, the stalls and shops, built from scrap frames and hull plate, project outwards from all 8 of the surrounding walls. The effect is overwhelming, with activity and interest in all directions. Between the windows that open to the faint stars, scrap dealers, street food vendors, data fencers, and tailors compete for the attention of the stream of customers drifting around you. Sleeper, Eugene draws closer to your attention, his voice barely raised. Take a look, he jerks his head, motioning down the market. You refocus your attention, your eyes are drawn to a deep of dark suited spaces with shaved heads, 5 of them gathered around another retreating figure. The spaces are noticeably distinct from the rest of the crowd. Their tight and complex suits kept in pristine condition, and all in the same design. A rarity amongst the Starward Belt's ramshackled fashions, you see one of them is gesturing aggressively, chopping the air with his hand. He might be a chef. Eugene nudges you again. Not the singers. You glance at him, unsure of the term. The one they are threatening. Eugene starts to move, his eyes fixed on the group. That's my contact. You turn back to the group, the singers as Eugene called them, and you see they are rounding on the figure, their body language clear. This is about to come to blows. Eugene clearly sees the shift too. Before you can say a word, he is off, gliding hard through the crowd towards them. You give chase without thinking, kicking off at the nearest strut and angling yourself through the central void of the market behind Eugene. We're going to have to calm the situation. Eugene doesn't stop. He barrels straight into the singer, sending 2 of them spinning into the crowd to a chorus of shouts and protests. Calm the situation. You hold out your arms and try to talk to them, calling to Eugene. The singers gather around you, but they don't start throwing punches yet. Peter, but spelt weird. A leader of the Ember Song refugees. One of them comes forward, meeting your eye, and you hear the other one calling Peter. Their leader, perhaps? This idiot with you? Peter nods towards Eugene, who is wrestling with one of his crew. He whistles and the singer disengages and moves away. Yes. Can you ask him to calm down, please? You see Peter's hand is resting on a dark shape at his hip. Oh, come on, man, we don't need to fight. So Peter looks between the 2 of you. Do you have any reason for interrupting my business? He gestures around, while some people have moved on. A few hanging back to watch what comes next. You're about to jump, my friend, Eugene nods at the contract, who is silently watching with a concerned look on his face. The comment sends a small rumble of conversation around the remaining crowd. It seems the singers aren't so popular here. I think you misunderstood. We were simply asking for information. He shoots a sharp smile at the contract. I think Lewis has told you everything he is happy to share. Eugene shoots a glare at his contact, who's nodding sheepishly. Peter looks between all of you and then surveys the crowd. One of the singers starts to interrupt, but Peter raises a hand and silences them. See you around them. He smiles a sharp smile at Eugene and leads the other singers away into the crowd, which parts slightly as they enter it. Lewis, Eugene rounds on the small figure. How about a Novius signal caster? Not here. Lewis interrupts his eyes. Come with me. Lewis leads you away from the open market. Most of the crowd is dispersed. Into a small passageway, he finds a hatch, opens it and beckons you both through before slipping inside and closing it behind you. So what business do you have with the singers? Eugene perches on a stool in the workshop, picking up a tool from the mag strip above the bench and turning it over in his hand. Singers, is that what you call them? Lewis looks nervous. First I've known of them is when they turned up a few cycles back and started pressing me for info. I've run into some singers before, not these ones, but they all dress the same. Eugene glances between you and Lewis. They are refugees out of the Ember Song, one of the moons of the gas giant in the inner system. The moon is a volcanic hellhole, so while these guys are refugees, fleeing the war like most, they tend to be tough as hell, and aren't used to being told no. That part checks out. Lewis smiles a weak smile. They've been pressing me for data for cycles ever since they showed up. My data? Eugene clicks the tool back on the mag strip and fixes Lewis with a hard stare. You've been shopping it around then, trying to drive a bidding war? Lewis holds a hand up. No, nothing like that. He's afraid of Eugene, and you worry why that might be. I wanted to verify the data. I asked around. Someone I showed it to, well, they mentioned a fraction drive. You see Eugene bristle with anger. Lewis keeps talking, speeding up. That was, but a couple of cycles later, These singers, as you call them, started showing up, and I had to hide myself away. I had to run a data business. Hard to run a data business when you can't even go out and meet your clients. Where's the data now? Lewis turns to you, seeming glad not to look at the angry Eugene. I have it, don't worry, he smiles, and it comes with a hell of a story. The friend I showed it to me, he told me he's heard about that ship before, mostly what he thought were rumors about a fraction drive ship. Apparently when Solheim collapsed, there was a struggle over who got to take it. 2 execs from the old corporate hierarchy wanted it, and some of their underlings found out about it too. Those wrecks he visited, they were the site of a battle over that thing. The ship was a hot ticket even then. You think back to the twisted and blasted remains of the ship, the wreckage strewn across the asteroid. You wonder how many people died to get the Aphelion path and its golden drive. Seems like both the execs got space, but someone came back later, slipped the ship out of the wreck that was carrying it. Here's the funny thing, rather than use it, they dismantled it and took the ship apart here at the Hollow. Hell, they probably struck work from the Aphelion path in this very station. Lewis looks around at the salvage components. You're all inside, so it's gone. Not quite. Enjoying telling the story now. They weren't stupid enough to dismantle the interstellar drive. The story goes that they buried it on a rock out in the shoals, totally unmarked. With thousands of rocks out there, they could leave it as long as they wanted and come back when they were ready. Thing is, they never came back. Eugene finishes the sentence, his anger fading now. Bingo, Lewis grins as he holds up a thumbnail drive, and I've got the coordinates of the beacon that will lead you there. Eugene snatches it from his fingers. I should have led with that. That's just the start of the trail, no doubt, but it will get you out there if you manage to follow it. Eugene nods, and you go to leave, his hands immediately on the container hatch. Hey, are you going to pay for that? Not after you leaked that the fraction drive exists to your friends, the thing is. Anyone else who's looking? No. Eugene pulls the door open. Keep it quiet next time. Lewis turns to you. Come on, friend. The singers chased away my clients. He shows his upturned palms. 50 cryo for the effort. Or just whatever you have, I'll take it. I'm desperate. Let's pay him. You pass him a stack of chits and he clasps your hand. I appreciate it. He looks over your shoulder. You see Eugene is still there. Hey, look, be careful with that, alright? He's not to be trusted. You turn and Eugene is gone. You follow him out of the container. Time to go find a fraction drive. Cool. Let's see if we can do this Sunward Pole thing first, I think, actually. Oh, well, we'll have a sleepy first. We'll have a sleep first. Just because I'd like to get one more upgrade point. Fucking hell. This dog shit roll's killing me. What's the point, man? What's the point? What do you mean? Fried, Kimball. Our station depends on that array. The voice echoes out of the sunward poles. Crumpled bays tucked in the ceiling of the hollow. Though you are tired from the shift spent sealing leaks in the shattered section of the station, you still can't help but listen in. I've been patient, Kimball, but now with the repairs almost done, you're telling me we can't broadcast anyway? The voice comes from the doorway nearby, and you float past and glance inside. You see a woman facing away, addressing the back of a man half buried in the guts of some complex machine. I'm sorry, Kimball, she concludes, but that just feels malicious. The man, presumably Kimball, mutters something in response, though you do not catch it, as though the wires and mechanisms that surround him. Can't catch it through the wires and mechanisms that surround him. The woman quickly turns and spots you peering in through the doorway. She's a pirate radio broadcaster. She gives you a curious look. Oh. She quickly smiles. Hello. She closes the distance. I'm Serene. She offers a hand. I've seen you working on the repairs. She tilts her head. We appreciate the efforts. Happy to help. Serene looks over her shoulder at Kimball and then back to you. How do you feel? She pauses. About the war in the inner system. I don't know much about it. I'm not surprised. She leans in a little. That's how they want it to be. Did you know that CNAT Stat has already started shipbuilding at Cinza? Serene watches your response. I don't know what Cinza is. It's one of the 3 sisters in orbit around Ember. She raises an eyebrow. You haven't left the belt, have you? You hear a grunt from Kimball, his head still buried in the machine innards, and he is unclear if it is a reference to what he said or if it just sounds of the repairs going poorly. Well, Serene places a hand on her chest. Sorry, she says, placing a hand on her chest. Are the Helian Dispatches the only pirate radio station in the Starward Belt? She lifts her chin proudly. We keep the system up to date on the shifts in the system's power structure and the ongoing corporate war, all through the voices of the Helian system's own residents. Kimball grunts, and a shower sparks from the machine behind. At least we did, but for our transmitter got fried. Serene looks crestfallen. What happened? All that repair work you've been giving your time to, that was all caused by a Conway autonomous munition trained on our scent. Serene eyes flash with anger. A mumble comes from Kimball as he pushes a handful of wiring out of the way. I do know that for sure, Kimball. Why else would it come so deep into the belt to hit the hollow at our broadcast site? Serene turns back, hands on hip. Kimball responds with a shrug. Either way, straight after the attack, we found our gear had been tampered with, sabotage. Kimball grunts. Yes, Kimball, or just looted. Either way, we are now quiet, and when we're quiet, the war continues unobserved. Serene folds her arms and looks away, defeated. What do you need? Look, we need a new broadcast array, a better broadcast array. She glances over her shoulder. We don't quite have the reach we like. Were you to get one? Where you get one, that's another problem. We're talking pre-collapse tech here. It's not something we can just build ourselves. He mutters from the depths of the machine. Yeah, Holmes Rock isn't a bad idea, Serene replies. Used to be a relay station for Solheim, and it stands to reason they'd have the arrays. And then there's the terminal here. Kimball's been bugging me to dig out some engine components for him to crack open and use for the repairs. God knows what kind of repairs he needs those for. That's what he says. Oh, fuck, dude, I only have like a limited amount of them. Serene looks over her shoulder at Kimball but receives no response. You stare at his broad shoulders for a moment, and then a thin trail of smoke begins to emerge from the machine. Now maybe we can do a little fundraising here in the hollow. What we can get, we'll happily hand over. She shakes her head, but I'm telling you, it won't be a lot. I'll see what I can do. We appreciate it. Hell, the people of the Helion system would appreciate it. She glances over. I think Kimball would appreciate it too. You leave Serene and Kimball to their repairs, making note of the engine components on the wideband array they will need to get back on air. It's hard to tell if the job is worth your time, but then again, someone as knowledgeable as Serene might be useful to have as an asset. What's our... It's a minor, so it's +1. Okay, so I've got to do both. So I'm going to do that. We have a 6 here. Doesn't really matter, let's just leave. God, we're so far away from everything. Okay, we have to go all the way to Holmes Rock, which is where we just came from. Thankfully, we've got plenty of money. I just want to get my skills up a little bit more, honestly. suck. Because we rolled like absolute shit. I don't know what is happening with the rolls tonight, man, but it's been pretty bad. Now we're starving. Awesome. I wonder if we can, what we get for doing this. We should check that out, to be honest. We can be here for a little while. Good rolls. It's just cryo and energy. Fuck, that sucks, dude. Oh, spend, holy shit, spend $42 refilling our fuel tanks. This is rough, dude. Hopefully when it gets to the really important parts we don't completely suck when it comes to the rolls. So it looks like we got that. We did get it, okay. Let's now head all the way back. Damn, if we were just a little bit more upgraded, we wouldn't need to stop. Basically the aim is we complete that place. Then we head out, go to the scatter place, then we go to Darkside and kill Laine. I assume kill him. I think that's probably going to be the plan. There's like nothing to do on this place. Feels like a slight oversight. The fact that you can't do anything here to make money. Like, what if you arrive and you can't afford fuel? It seems like getting stuck there has probably happened to somebody. Right. You wait in the makeshift Helion dispatches. Studio is Kimball tinkers with the array somewhere in the back behind a far wall. It's a humble setup, a stool for Serene, a microphone, a transmitter and a mixer terminal, and a hard line snaking away towards the array, but there's something pleasing about it all the same. The cracking sound of fresh wells echoes through the bay from Kimball's concealed position. You hope the array you struggle to extract is getting fried as you want. You hope the array that you struggle to extract isn't getting fried as you wait. Man, I'm not reading well today. I'll just be honest with you, Chief. You're here, good. Serene rushes in, holding a dark, small rectangle in her hand. You will not believe what we have on here, she looks like. Where's Kimball? Installing the array. You mean? Serene smiles. We're going back on air. Before you can answer, she leaps forward, grabbing you in a surprisingly firm hug. Serene lets you go. Sorry, she smiles, just excited to finally be back. Kimball, she shouts towards the back of the bay. How long for that new array? A muffled shout comes from behind the rear wall. Okay, Serene takes a steady breath. We have a little time. What have you got there? The broadcast is for Erlen's eye. Serene's eye flash. We haven't heard anything out of them since the start of the war. Some people said they've fallen to the flux. But something is happening there. Something is growing. The report says some protocol has taken over the station, become its protector. Conway drones can't get close. Stat is giving it a wide berth. They're right in the middle of the war. Conway on the starward side, Setnat on the sunward. and they are resisting Serene smiles. We have to tell everybody in the belt about this. We have to get the word out. Yeah, that's like the DLC thing, where what's it called? The harvester, the gardener, I think, takes over and starts, like, becomes the power, starts protecting the eye. If the eye can be held, or maybe we can hold out too. Serene looks at the drive in her hand. Either way, people need to know. There's a sudden clunk, a few percussive shouts from Kimball, and then a flickering of lights all across the bay as the transmitter and array begin powering up. You and Serene watch as Healy and Dispatch. His studio comes to life, ready to broadcast one more. Not bad, she leans on your shoulder. Not bad at all. The shout comes from Kimball, and you know he is calling for Serene to get ready. That's my signal, she grins. Oh, I almost forgot. Serene produces a handful of chits. Turns out that we have some avid listeners in the Redis market. She deposits them into your hands. So we have 384. Alright, Serene takes a breath. I need to go live. She flashes you a final smile. Thank you. I'll make sure we make good use of that array. This will mean something. Kimball bellows something from the back of the room, something you can only assume is a thank you. You leave the belt, most unstable double act to their broadcast, and as you do, you hear Serene's voice echoing through the bay. This is Serene Sabir, back on air, to wish you a free Helion now and forever. She kinda, oh shit, she paid me 200, fuck, that's actually like way more than I thought. Oh wow, that was a lot. So I think we have to do Endure. So we're not gonna suck at other things. Right, let's get some fuel. Let's go get a intergalactic warp drive or whatever it's called. At the Aphelion Beacon, the fraction drive. Payment not applicable. Confirm. We take Eugene. Honestly, we just take Junie. Like, I love Eugene Junie team, dude. They're so good. Holy fuck. Not when we roll like dog shit like that. Are you kidding me? Far out. We're coming back up on the beacon site now. Seraphin brings the ship into place. The signal's pretty weak though. He turns in his chair, which is what you get for chasing 10,000 cycle-old leads that you got a lot of people killed. Since you explained the situation to Seraphin, he hasn't got any more enthusiastic about the job, especially as it's a job that comes from Eugene. He doesn't like this guy. Seraphin shuts down the engine and turns to Eugene. Time for you to go and have a poke around in those rocks. He waves a hand at the scattered asteroids. Enjoy. Eugene barely seems to notice the sarcasm. A kind of fixed determination has come over him since you left the hollow. It's not something you've seen before. Let's suit up and find the beacon. He pats you on the shoulder. Lewis said it's the first of a trail, so the faster we locate this one and get ourselves pointed to the next, the better. Enough messing around, he kicks off straight out of the cockpit, heading straight for the airlock. If it's a signal we're tracing, we should think about trying to triangulate it. Junie stares out of the cockpit at the sparse grey rocks. No point just wandering around and finding whatever else the beacon planner left for overly curious travellers. Nice to be on the trail of a piece of history, though if a Aphelion path was, well, Junie smiles. It'd be quite a find. Junie turns and follows Eugene to the airlock. It's just you and Seraphin left in the cockpit. He taps the console, ignoring you. Leave. I don't fucking... Seraphin, stop being a sook. Like, we're here now. Let's just do the job. Worst that happens, we get nothing. Best case scenario, we get something. It's not like we're poor. It's not like we our livelihood hinges on this working out. You turn and leave the cockpit, your mind on the beacon and the trail that should. All be well, the end ticket out of the entire system. Okay, thank God. We put our skills in Endure. Fuck. This is just not... I would rather have the 0 stress, to be honest. I can't even... We gotta be careful. That was just such a bad roll to begin with that it pisses me off. Okay, at least we've managed to do this in one turn. We took a little bit of damage, but that's fine. We got a new location. Right, well, we need to sleep. Hopefully, our dice don't break. That would be... I just heard one of them break. Fuck you, game. What are these fucking shit dog... What are these rolls? Like, what have I done? What have I done to deserve this? And they both have just nothing when it comes to this. Fuck me. And there's no point me... Oh, I can do this. But that doesn't like lower anything. What a shit show. I can't do anything with these rolls, man. I'll just get stressed and break all my dice. We're out of fucking 2 dice gone. I love this. I love this game. You just need to get this done, dude. Honestly. I don't care. Take it. Ruin, he nods at the data port deep inside the body of the beacon. He peers through the suit's surface plate at it. We have part of the plating removed. You're pretty sure you have access to the coordinates you need. All that's left is to slot the drive. I've got it. Eugene takes out a terminal drive and slots it easy as can be. Flicker across his face. You peer into the beacon. It has been a delicate job getting the security access to system knowledge to find the coordinates for the next step. But it all seems to have passed without incident. Are you kidding me? It's been terrible. Got it. Eugene pulls the drive and thumbs onto the shoulder. Let's head to the next one. Look alive down there. Seraphim comes over the comms. We've got a ship on the approach. We need to make ourselves scarce. Eugene, you and Eugene exchange looks. The singers. You kick off and guide towards the ship. Eugene goes in the other direction. You wonder what he's doing for a second, and then you see it. He arrives at the beacon and immediately begins laying into the metal shell. He pulls a tool from his belt and carves in the beacon with an anger that chills you. When he's done, the beacon's just another chunk of debris on Solus. He joins you in the cockpit. Seraphim gives you a look but doesn't say a word. He silently taps the new coordinates. You look at Eugene's expression fixed and his eyes cold, and Seraphim fires up the drive. God damn, dude, we need to go rest. Oh my fuck. Dude, I'm only at 3 stress and I'm 3 dice down. Why am I getting fucked? Why am I getting fucked? This is insane. A shrill beep wakes you from your stargazing. What was that? Seraphim looks around the cockpit as warning lights and sirens sound all over the ship. The terminal screen flickers and some of them are not coming back on. You hear a groan from somewhere deep in the ship. Some kind of pulse and energy weapon. Seraphim slaps the side of the flickering terminal until it stabilizes on it. You see a red dot moving away from the center of the circle. The ship is accelerating away. Seraphim taps his console, bringing up a transponder. He turns to Eugene with a hard stare. It's Vesna. Eugene shakes his head. Got it in one. Seraphim grits his teeth. The limb hound registered in the far spindle. He slams his fist on the keyboard. What did she do? She knocked down that drive. Must have been waiting for us. Seraphim says we need to get it activated as quickly as we can. Eugene is up from his seat, peering out of the window. The large rock floating just outside. The beacon has to be there. Vesna cracked it. and then waited for us to catch up. She's trying to dissuade us. Well, she's doing a pretty good job. Seraphin scrolls through layers of drive diagnostics. Give up now? Eugene glances. We're so close. Eugene's alright. Seraphin sniffs but says nothing. The singers are out there too. If we're lucky, they'll cancel each other out. Eugene leaves the cockpit. We decipher that beacon, fix the drive, no distractions. Eugene kicks off and glides out the cockpit towards the airlock. I knew this was going to get complicated, Junie sighs, but we have to keep and find at the end of the trail in mind to let it fall into incurious hands. She shakes her head. We need to be the one to claim it. Look, Seraphin turns in his seat. We're in now, no way back, only forward. Can we stop fucking talking? But the moment this goes south, and it will, I'll pull you out of there and we're leaving, whether Eugene wants to back out or not. Seraphin meets your eyes. He's serious. We won't leave Eugene. That's what I'm saying, Sleeper. Is you won't be given a choice. Dude, this guy's pissing me off. Seraphin turns back to his console. This, as far as he's concerned, is your problem to fix. I wish he would stop being a pain in the fucking ass. Oh god, we have... Oh jeez, look at that, man. Look how absolutely cooked we are. We have to do this with 2 dice. Dude. Go. What is going on? Go. Thank you. I don't care if you get stressed, man, honestly. Dude, only having 2 dice is fucked. I can't believe they all broke off 3 straight. I've just got so unlucky in the last half an hour, it's insane. The level of unluckiness is beyond unreasonable. We probably have to fix this drive first, I'd imagine. Do not care how stressed he gets. Get in and work. Why does it keep doing that? One more. This is fucked. Oh, I'm so annoyed, man. I'm so annoyed. The fact that you can't repair dice is, like, when they're red, is so silly. Hopefully we're done here, otherwise we're fucking cooked. If we have to do more, I don't have the resources and all the dice for this. Seraphin punches the final set of coordinates into the console and runs a fresh set of diagnostics over the rig drive. Everything comes up green. The atmosphere in the cockpit is tense. None of you know what you might be flying into. Fuck, there's more. Oh, yeah, we're done, dude. We're so done. Eugene's jaw is set, his eyes on the stars and scatter rocks. His goal is within reach. It's not a goal to be underestimated. A fraction drive, or one that can take any ship out of the system and beyond, one that can forge a path through the surrogate systems. Few can take freedom, both from the system's politics and the structure of power that dominate the passage, and the people through colonized space. The problem with such a lofty ambition is that it's infectious, seductive and desirable enough to draw people out, to bring them to their absolute limit. You have seen that in Eugene. He really hasn't done much wrong. The singers too are shaped by that desire, and Vesna and the steely-eyed captain you don't seem to be able to shake. The question is, who will flinch first? Dude, I have 1 day. This is fucking ridiculous. Here you are, moored around the remote, airless rock, a scattering of debris concealing an object of great value. In a system spiraling into war. We're the last here. Seraphim shuts down the drive, but at least no one started shooting. Vesna will only kill as a last resort. Eugene looks out at the rock. The singers I'm less sure about. Reassuring, Seraphim deadpan. So what now? What do you think, Eugene? Turn your face to Eugene, but he's already gone. You get after him. Seraphim shakes his head. I'm going to keep the rig warm. I'll get the feeling we're going to be needing it. As you glide out the cockpit, your hair, the airlock cycling. Eugene is already out. You speed up, grabbing the suit and wrestling it on as you head for the lock. Why? We don't need the suit. We're a robot. The door hisses open to reveal a sparse landscape of twisted parts of a facility or a ship, corroded beyond recognition, jut up out of the dusty rock. Squinting into the faint and distant sun, you can make out 2 figures in suits standing in the far distance apart. In the middle, loose in a circle of debris. You guide towards them, specks of loose gravel and decaying metal bouncing as your suit does. Not now, a voice crackles through your comms as you approach, broadcast over open channel. None of us want to die out here. You see them, the 2 figures, Vesna and the leader of the singers, Peter, facing each other across the dusty plain. Vesna's arm jutting out of her body, her hand resting on an object at her hip, a weapon. Keep your distance, sleeper. Her eyes flick over to you as you approach. This godforsaken rock is crowded as enough as it is. We set foot here first. The claim is ours by anyone's judgment. Peter speaks calmly and slowly, his arms at his hips, and his palms upturned. As I suspect, we're also the best equipped to find the fraction drive and put it to use. I don't think we're gonna get it because I don't have the resources because I got fucked on rolls. Like, absolutely fucked. Like, the thing is, not just then, I've been getting fucked for the last half an hour. Like, 1s and 2s across the board, basically. I'm so, like, and then to lose all of my dice on 3 stress? Are we so for, I'm blown away by how bad this has gone. It's actually crazy how much this has sucked. We're going to try our best, but far out, it's not looking good. Who do you see out here to validate your claim? She gestures to the rock, strung void with one hand, her other on her handgun. The sleeper is our witness. Peter turns slowly. I'm sure they will verify our claim. I didn't see who was here. Vesna laughs. Well, at least someone here still has integrity. You look between the 2 of them, searching their faces for intent and opening anything. Vesna, ocular implants give nothing away, but the visible tension in her gun arm suggests failing patience. Peter, meanwhile, projects an atmosphere of considerable calm, and there is violence behind the benign signal, and the crew of singers somewhere off, out in the dark. The driver's mind back off. Vesna raises a single eyebrow above her middle eyes. Then you have come to take it. Her arm tenses. The shot is silent, in the direction unclear, but the effect is immediate. The side of Vesna's suit explodes in the guise of escaping oxygen. She spins, clutching at a wound to clamp it closed. As she does, you see the shock graze her, splitting the suit but leaving her body beneath intact. Might want to run and get that fixed, Vesna. Eugene slips out of the shadow of a piece of debris at the edge of the circle. He holds a long gun over his hip. What took you so long? Eugene's eye fixed on Peter. Let's all stay calm and move closely. You son of a bitch. Vesna is doubled over, unable to take her hands away from the hole in her suit without risking immediate deep pressurization. Eugene draws alongside you, his eyes still on Peter. Time to turn yourself around, get in that ship of yours and go back to whatever hell you crawled from. You glance at Vesna. There is a sprout of oxygen spewing from her suit, leaking between her fingers. She doesn't have long. We can't abandon this claim, Peter shows his open pass. For the singers to survive, we must leave the system behind. There is no way to support ourselves here. Our moon is gone, eaten up by the war. The belt will be next. You may as well shoot me if you're going to, and if you're not going to let me take the drive. This is my people's future. Well, Eugene shifts his shoulder. If you insist. Sleeper, we have incoming, a lot of incoming. You glance at Eugene. He is hearing this message too. A whole load of Conway ships are approaching this location. Can we outrun them? I have no idea, but the sooner we leave the better, Seraphin's voice distorts. Conway's drones don't tend to stick around to ask questions. You look at Peter and see his lip moving, but you hear nothing. He is talking to his crew. A few moments later you hear a click as he switches back to an open comm channel. If you heard what I just heard, then you know we're out of time. Peter looks deadly serious. Now the face of diplomatic calm fallen away. We Singers are the only crew who can pull the faction drive out of there before Conway arrives. There are more of us, and we have the experience. Let us take it. Don't let it fall into the hands of the system's biggest enemies. Sleeper, Seraphin hisses over the comm. Get back to the rig. No, Eugene cuts in. You aren't sure if he's responding to Seraphin, Peter, or both. The drive is ours. I've worked too hard and come too far to let it go now. He raises a long gun to his shoulder. You're all insane. Vesna spits out the words, her voice strained and hoarse. I'll leave you to your grave. She kicks off from the rock, arcing towards the crimson shape of the limb hound. Eugene doesn't even watch her go. You see something flaring in his eyes, a dark drive of no other resolution. Okay. Please? Don't fuck me here. Finally, we got a decent roll. You put your hand on Eugene's shoulders and his eyes flick to you. You know what is about to be driven. You know what it is to be driven, especially towards freedom. Yours is a life where each escape has been earned, but desire and sheer determination. You will also know how lives are wasted, thrown away against the walls that restrain them again and again, only to come apart. You know determination must be tempered by humanity, by empathy, by care. At this moment, that is what passes between you and Eugene. Solidarity, empathy, and care. Eugene resolves crumble and he turns. You see Peter watching carefully, his eyes flicking between the two of you. When he sees Eugene drop his gun, he nods. Chion retreats. There's work to be done. You kick off the rock together, you and Eugene in silent resignation. Even when you reach the open airlock of the rig, Eugene does not look back. Once your suits are off, you both guide up to the cockpit to find Seraphin rapidly staring at the drive. His console screen is filled with red pulses, the signals of Conway's drones bearing down on this lonely rock. He glances up as you enter the cockpit, but says nothing. You are thankful for that, at least. This is no time for glib remarks. You take one last look at the Epharian's path final resting place across its surface. Black-suited singers and like a small army of ants industrially working to excavate and extract the fraction drive. In the face of the inhumane and cruel arm of Conway Extractions, it's hard not to wish them well. May their freedom buy them the kind of future you were not able to claim. And then the drive kicks in and you leave the singers to their fate. I hate that we didn't get it, dude. The ship is quiet as you dock with the Hollow. No one is eager to speak about what happened out there in the shoals. Even Seraphin is silent, tapping away at the engine shutdown with comfort routine motions. Eugene broods at the back of the cockpit, looking drained and pale. You know it will take some time for him to come back from this, to extract himself from the hold of the fraction drive that dream held over him. You wonder if he ever will, or if the freedom that object represented to him will haunt him for the remains of his life. You know at least that now is not the time to try and discuss it, to lay out exactly what happened out there. Eugene will retreat, of course, hiding beneath his glib personality you have come to recognize as his shield. But perhaps as the cycles pass he will find himself changed, perhaps not. Either way, there is much to be done, and this thankless adventure has derailed you enough time to get back to work. Man, I'm actually googling whether I can get the fraction drive, because that's insane. We were in no position to get it. Like, that was probably our best outcome, but we weren't able. We were in no position to get it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We were in no position though. We were getting absolutely fucking destroyed, dude. I can't believe how bad things went so quickly. It's ridiculous. Oh, well, we're gonna have to take a couple of days to rest here then, it looks like, as well. Because we're at max glitch. Now I understand how glitch works, so that's huge. So we're just gonna come here and cycle. Now we just need to get rid of these glitch dice. And we'll do that by doing this. Cool. I was wondering how the glitch dice work. Now I know at least. Dude, I can't believe how bad that went. Look at the rolls now though. Like, are we actually so for real? The last like 3 rolls, it's all been insane, like 6s and 5s. And then oh dude, this game, like, I don't know what I did to it. But holy shit, it was mad. Eugene finds you in the quiet corner of the rig. Seraphin just gave me something I think you need to see. Eugene has been uncharacteristically quiet since your journey to the Arifarian past resting place, and now there is a seriousness to him you do not recognize. He produces a terminal, a slate on screen. On it is a message from the singers from Peter. I'm pleased to report the fraction drive's extraction was a success. You hear the gravelly voice in your mind as you read it. Thanks to your choice to concede. Conway attempted pursuit, but Singer ships are fast and quiet. We soon lost them in the debris. He smiles. Peter's arrogance is clear, even in writing. We have now begun on the project to implement and expand the fraction drive, which is why I'm writing you. Encrypted with this message is a full scan of the drive itself, its components and systems. You exchange a glance with Eugene. I believe you deserve as much for the integrity in our encounter. I'm glad we didn't have to kill you. What you do with the plans is up to you, but I would recommend you do not attempt to sell them or publish them unless you wish to attract further attention of Conway. The singers will soon leave Helion, and in part we have to acknowledge your role in making that possible. Wish you a safe passage on your journey, Peter. At the bottom of the message, a handful of encrypted files open up to reveal an insanely complex set of scans and diagrams, the faction drive. You look up at Eugene, who has a sharp smile on his face. That bastard did it. He shakes his head. And I have to thank him for stopping me from killing him. Can we build this? I'm no engineer, but perhaps, he squints at the diagrams, we need a lot of resources, and the kind of machines only found in places like Darkside. With time, research, who knows? Eugene grins. The point is, it's possible. We have plans. The path is here. You see it now, Eugene's swagger returning. For better or worse, this project fuels him. It's on the back burner for now. We have more immediate things to deal with. He slips the terminal away, but I will start calling in favors quietly, investigating how real this is. Do it carefully. He nods. I've learned my lesson. Eugene frowns, something dark across his face. Look, I know this is exciting, but... He pauses, unsure of his words. We know what people did to claim this drive. He swallows what I did. Eugene chaps the terminal. Part of me wants to delete these right now. He looks down. They make me afraid of what I'll do to fulfill them. We should delete them. You did nothing wrong. Nothing you know about. He shakes his head. If you spoke to Lewis de Vesna, he trails off. Perhaps you're right. He smiles weakly. I want to believe it. He slips the slate away. The way you treat me, it makes me believe something. His brow knits, his own words irritated him, but I'm not sure what it is. And I'm not much of a believer. Eugene looks down and he can see he is fighting with himself. I don't like to owe people. He pats you on the shoulder, but for now I'll make an exception. With that he turns away, gliding back through the ship, out of sight. The fraction drive of your own, a machine to cut a path through the stars. You shake your head. It's hard not to dream. You've seen the danger of that dream, what it drove Eugene and others to do. Perhaps together you can keep each other on the narrow path to the future without straying into obsession, or perhaps thinking of those impossibly complex plans will never come to pass. Are they a diagram of your future or a labyrinth to become lost in? The only way to know is to live it together. I guess that was the best outcome. I'm not gonna lie, none of that really felt great. Even now, let's get rid of this fucking glitch dice. At least we have way more full dice, so you know, we just got super unlucky as well with the fact that we just had 3 with 1 health. So what can we do here? I can sell Solheim data. Okay, that's that. Let's have a rest. Okay, get rid of that glitch die in a sec. So, recon Darkside, investigate Hexport is basically all we have left. So we can go to the scatter yards. Dude, I can't believe how much of a mess that was, honestly. Is there anything else we can do here? I know we can recruit Lewis to the team. I wonder how we do that. There's a whole bunch of, like, there's a lot of crew members we don't have, and I'm kind of like, how do we get to the point where we get those crew members? You know, as well as that, the other thing that really screwed us over is the fact that we didn't have any, like, we're an engineer. We are primarily really good at engineering, and we had no engineering options. Like, it was just a multitude of factors that came together to just make me feel bad. I was stressed, dude. I was like, I don't want this, like, I want this to work out. I'm so invested in the game that I was like, please don't let Eugene. I knew we could die. I was also worried that we were just going to have to leave without completing it, because, like, it was legitimately, if we had to do one more sort of event, I don't think we were going to be able to. I don't think we could have done another event. Like, we were at the pinnacle of what we were capable of doing. This is the rig. The wrinkling signals of the yard flash across the dark starscape of the belt, each one of the siren lights that crews in need of repairs. Eager for improvements, the scatter yards live up to their reputation. But Seraphim will not be drawn by lights. He guides the ship into an empty, ragged-looking yard, darker and more frame than plate. It looks rougher than any of the others. Yeah, Seraphim, maybe we want to dock somewhere a little more welcoming. We aren't that hard up, Bliss turns to you, or are we the worse off than I thought, Sleeper? We're pretty good. Best shipwrights rarely have the brightest signs. Thought you'd know that, Bliss. Seraphim reaches up and flicks the switch that sets above his head. Marco, the best in the scatter yards. The best or the best you know? Bliss gives a skeptical look. You'll see, Seraphim smiles wildly, shutting off the main console and unclipping from the pilot's seat. We're safe here, Seraphim turns to you. No need to run from Laine for a while. He'll never find us in Marco's yard. Will be nice to have a break from running. Ginny floats at the back of the cockpit. I hear the scatter yards have some good data analysis terminals in the hub. Ginny glances at you. you can spare me. Nina guys in the cockpit, we're here. Femi loves this place, she glances at you with a smile. All these grumpy spaces waiting on repairs. I think it fits his temperament. You follow Seraphim as he glides eagerly into the airlock. You and Bliss exchange glances, both of you used to Seraphim's headstrong movements, but you can't help but feel the now familiar pull of someone else's problem. Marco, Seraphim opens his arms to the fear coming through the cycling airlock. That's Mark Finn. Marco floats through the doorway, a crooked smile across his face, his eyes glinting in the rig's bright work lights. The two embrace in more of a chest bump than a hug, Seraphim spinning with the momentum of the impact to end with his arms across Marco's shoulders, the two side by side grinning. You notice Marco's eyes quickly falling on you, a slight narrowing, suggesting he has immediate thoughts about your presence. So, this is who you're flying with now, Finn. Marco shoots you a winky expression, shifting to conceal his previous curiosity or concern. Bliss, they introduce themselves curtly. You two used to be on a crew together, I assume. Me and Finn? No. We were drinking buddies. Marco response provokes a laugh from Seraphim. Some kind of joke you can't quite catch the tone of. Marco turns his attention to you, and the sleeper, he smiles my condolences. It's a damn crime what those corporations do to you. But at least you're out, huh? I appreciate the solidarity. Of course, Marco taps a fist to his chest in a gesture that seems to be both genuine and mocking in the same instant. Marco turns back to Seraphim. It's been too long, Finn. Not flying with old Bendy anymore? You immediately see the reaction in Seraphim, his entire body tightening without anything more than a shudder to signify it. No, that's long done. Marco shrugs. That's the way the belt. He shakes Seraphim by the shoulder. Come on, that's enough floating around. Let's get this drafty old thing. Let's get a drink. Marco turns his attention to you. Feel free to make yourself at home in the yard. Hell, take a little fuel. I've got loads of the stuff, and it's been quiet for more than a few cycles. Happy to spare some for a friend. He steers Seraphim down a docking tunnel, waving a hand to you and calling back. I'll have him home in a cycle or two. His laughter echoes down the tunnel as they leave. Bliss turns to you. I'm going to go dig around the other yards for components the rig could do with. They smile. You've got things to do. You think of Cadet and wondering if she's found a way to the scatter yards to extract the data on the Hexport drive. The only way to know would be to find her. Seraphim would echo in your mind his insistence that the only way to escape Laine is to beat him on his own turf. With Darkside just sunward of the scatter yards, this might be the perfect platform which to attempt such a wild and dangerous plan. Sleeper, Bliss brings you out of your thoughts. I hate it when you do that. Just take care out there, okay? They drift off down the docking tunnel, leaving you in the airlock. It seems the next step is to you. Okay. What do we got here? Transit hub. Marco's shipyard. Drinking buddies. He's gone for 2 turns. Okay, so we can't leave for 2 turns. Let's get to know the scatter yards. Use all our terrible fucking dice. Hey, you hear a voice echoing up through the public passage. Wait up. I'm glad to see you. Cadet sweeps her hair out of her eyes and then glances up and down the corridor. This is not my kind of station. Cadet rolls straight into her complaints. All the yard have their own order and facilities, meaning that the hub is not fit for general use. There's a couple of guest houses, but you would not believe the state of them. With all the spaces that stop here for sure leave you shudders. You don't want to know. Hi. Hi, yeah, she blinks at you. Are you even listening? So get this, Cadet locks her fingers together and stretches her arms. That girl of mine, I said, could crack anything, she's gone. Didn't even leave a note. Ran to Darkside, maybe? Not that I'd blame her given the state of this place. She looks sideways at the grubby walls. She left her workshop empty though, so I slipped in. That's where I've been napping. I've been doing my best all these cycles to crack the drive, but, she sighs, I am a spindle jack, not a data scraper. Which is why I'm happy to see you. She takes a breath, telling you. I have not spoken to anyone in a long time. She runs her hand through her hair. So we got nothing? You disappointed? Cadet gives you a strong look. We have a workshop that's safe, tucked away, and I was thinking you could help with the rest. Look, I'm in over my head. Cadet looks away, annoyed at herself. How about you come down to the workshop? We put our heads together and see what we can pull out. I know there's some nasty shit on that drive, stuff worth getting out into the light. Cadet sets her jaw. Nasty enough for them to ruin my life over. I'll be there. She smiles and is gone in a moment. Alright then. The workshop is in the tech clusters. You see it? She sighs. Now gotta find something to eat that isn't dried. She turns and disappears back down the passageway. Cool, we got 2 new locations. I'm wondering if we can get down there. We have a bar, or we can buy a meal. We have a yard supply. Let's buy some fuel. Fabrication bay. Pay bay usage fee. Let's do that. Let's have a nap. We have days, so it's fine. I'm wondering... I would very much like to upgrade our engine. So it's like something, is this repeatable? Well, that didn't give us fuck all. And we're still getting dog shit rolls. Seraphim, don't you dare! Oh my god. Sleeper Seraphim's voice echoes through the ship. You're in here. You glide down to the airlock, unsure of what state you're about to find your pilot in. Seraphim floats into the airlock, his arms above his head, gripping the lip of the interior door to hold himself in place. Come on, we need to talk. There's a straight-faced seriousness of Seraphim you weren't expecting, especially considering that he spent the past 2 cycles with Marco. I don't think they've been getting drunk. Seraphim, good rolls, oh decent rolls, leads you across the bridge, but rather than turn towards the automated shuttle bay that connects Marco's yard to the rest of the assembly, he leads you deeper into the guts of the yard itself. As he does, he begins to speak. I told Marco about Laine and about our escape, about everything. Seraphim ducks under a large pipe. He gets it. He worked in Darkside. He comes to a sealed door and hammers in an entry code somewhere. Machines start... what? Whirring? Whatever that means. Remember in Wellspring, after everything what I said, Seraphim turns his face about taking Laine on? Exactly that. Seraphim meets your eyes. The door suddenly squeals as the accident motor kicks in and drags across the corroded tracks. It reveals a huge half-lit chamber, its furthest part marked with layers of scaffolding and frames, so it's hard to tell where the room actually ends. At the end, at the center, in a warm pool of light, Marco floats beside a terminal screen. Sleeper, he touches his brow in a mock salute. Been busy plotting? Seraphim shoots you a look. Just hear Marco out, alright? You hear the door you enter through screech shut, and then a sudden silence descends. Sorry to drag you out here, Sleeper, but I really can't be overheard on this one, he sighs. We are close to Darkside here, and Utsubu have ambitions, shall we say, in the scatter yards. Finn told me the whole story, and I'm sorry for your troubles. He clasps his hands together. You have done well to evade Laine this far, but you must understand that he has also been distracted. Since Hexport went up, well, Darkside has been in crisis. If the Wall was the pressure shift that allowed it to build its strength. Hexport was the breach to blow it wide open. Marco springs his hands apart. Hexport's there, justification for imposing total control in the name of protection. Marco glances away in a dark corridor of the room, and if my hunch is right, it's how they will extend their reach to the scatter yards. What's going on? Straight to business, this one. I'm done running Sleeper. Seraphim cuts in. I hate looking over my shoulder every cycle. I hate the nightmares, the fear. I want to face this head on. For better or worse, he looks away, scowling. I won't be controlled by Laine, and this is our chance to break that control. Laine is hunting you, Sleeper, which means he's not in Darkside. Marco raises an eyebrow. This is good for you. There are people in Darkside resisting Utsubo, though I hear it's not going well for them. If you could find them, find out what they need. There's a chance. Marco pauses, and you get the feeling that he's assessing your reaction. Taking action is a choice right now, Sleeper, but soon it won't be. Seraphim glances. Not if Marco's telling me the truth. What do we need to do? Seraphim meets your eyes with conviction. Thank you, Sleeper. I know we can do this. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Marco interrupts. I will need some time to work this out. If we want to go to Darkside, there is no way we can take that stolen rig. It was big enough just to risk bring it here. He glances at Seraphim, and you get the feeling he's already been reprimanded for this. So I need to find a way in and find a way out. Marco rubs his hands together. I know it can be done. Marco turns to you. I recommend you take the next few cycles to prepare. The scatter yards are a good place to both spend and make cryo, depending on your need. And Finn, Marco puts a hand out to his friend's shoulder. Try to stay cool. This will be recon only. A chance to see what's happening on Darkside and make your connection. This is not time for grand gestures. Seraphim nods. Thank you. He glances at you. We'll keep things quiet until you're ready. You and Seraphim leave the hidden bay door screeching open to allow you to exit. When it seals on small, Seraphim turns to you. This is our chance to shift things, Sleeper. Let's keep our head in the games. Agreed. Well, alright then. We should give Marco some time. I've got a few things I want to take care of in the scatter yards, and I want to get a message to Tala. I know she'll want to hear from me before he trails off. Let's make sure we are ready. Keep your head up, Sleeper. I'll see you on the rig. And with that, Seraphim kicks off down the passageway. You watch him go, unsure if you're impressed or concerned by his headstrong nature. Either way, things are in motion, and the only thing you can do now is give yourself the best chance of success. Cool. New location discovered. Oh, is it Marco's yard? 2 turns. Cool, let's go help Kadeen. Sorry, Cadet, I just made her name up. I would like to farm that to make the components to fully upgrade the ship, but I don't want to upgrade the ship either before we head to do the next part, in case we need like component ships to bribe someone. Better to be safe than sorry, you know. So we'll do this. Cadet catches your eyes, you look over at her. What is it? She takes the end of the metal chopstick she had been chewing on in her mouth. Got something? Cadet had given up already for this cycle, and while you were cracking the drive's complex encryption on her friend's workstation, she'd been floating in the middle of the small workship, pinging bits of scrap off the shelving on the walls, incredibly helpful. Now she spins in the air and pushes off from the ceiling, spinning as she glides so that she lands perfectly behind you, leaning over the terminal screen. As she does, you hit a key, extracting the final decryption process. Sick. She goes to ruffle your hair, but you don't have any. Instead, she just wobbles your head playfully. What we got? With Cadet hanging over your shoulder, you try to concentrate on the data spooling across the screen. The first thing that catches your eye is the steady repetition of CWEX, an identifier for Conway Extractions, the behemoth conglomerate currently waging a corporate war with Setnet Stat in the inner system. Why Conway? What is this data? You stop the scroll looking for details. Hit that thing. Cadet pokes at the screen, making it wobble. You dutifully click. A comment expands in the code. A note left by somebody mentioned tests and protocol discusses reverse engineering and carrier signals. You close it and find another drone latency, another security bypass, one more kill switch. Takes you a long time. You and Cadet squinting in the blue screen to build a picture of what you're looking at. When you are done, both of you sit back with your eyes sore and your minds clogged with technical terminology. Shit, Cadet shakes her head. They were dissecting it live? She's referring to a Conway drove mine this stream of data was scrapped from. Huge volumes of internal data of the control system's protocols and passphrases. The kind of data you imagine was closely guarded by Conway, kept secret to allow the smooth operation of its drones. That thing is some kind of general manager, right? Giving orders to all of the little drones that work it? Cadet squints. I always thought Conway controlled the drones remotely with people. Those zero latency point interfaces you hear about. From what you know, Cadet is right. Conway is known for their novel solution to the scale and logistical problems of the surrogate systems. Extraction and security drone ships piloted from light years away with proprietary comm interfaces. A drone mine. What with this code is scrapped from should be some kind of distributor, a relay for local drones that links to the closely guarded transmitter receiver. But this data suggests otherwise. It suggests an active cognitive process far more complex than any protocol you could have heard of. A thinking machine. Look. Cadet jabs at the screen again. Is that? She squints. You see a line in the data stream that reads, stop, get out, stop, get out, stop, get out, stop, get out. How do they do this, Cadet leans? Everybody knows captured Conway drones purge themselves and everything else is in the couple of square clicks around them when captured. You rip the control core out of one, sure, you can disassemble it, but its systems will be gone. This one was still running when they took it apart. It should have gone up like a tactical nuke the moment they started. She stops suddenly. The fate of Hexport jumping into mind. Is that what happened? But how did they get all of this and get it on a drive? Silence fills the workshop. You look back to the screen, unsure of the answers of Cadet's questions. You feel a deep chill, one that you know has nothing to do with the temperature of the workshop. Who the hell was doing this? Cadet scans the code once more. Work out who. Neutral outcome. Back over the data is scrubbed clean, no mention of who is scraping the data. You over it again, nothing, not a single clue. I imagine that if you get a positive outcome you could have figured that out. The thought process starts in your mind. Who scrubs data this clean? Who wants Conway, drone protocols, Setnet Stat? Or is that too simple, too obvious for it to be Conway's lone opponent in the system-wide war? It's a possibility, so you say it out loud. Yeah. That'd be my first guess too, Cadet yawns, but it's still a guess. We've been at this too long, Cadet sighs, I'm cooked. She pushes away from the terminal and floats into the room, stretching out her arcing back. We know they had this drone mine on Hexport, that's where they were cutting it, scrapping it. We know something happened at Hexport went up. She sketches her thoughts out in the air with hand gestures as she summarizes. The data got out on that drive, I'm assuming before the explosion, then got to the far spindle. Someone tried to carry it using me, but the receiver wasn't there. She turns and looks at you, which is when they ruined my life and my job to get it back. This data is valuable. That's for sure. Imagine taking control of all those drones, turning them away or towards any target you wanted. She floats over to the driver and picks it up. This thing is the only way to buy my life back. Cadet frowns at it. The way I see it, we have to expose these fools so they leave me be, or give them the data so they piss off forever. What's the plan? All roads lead in one direction, I'm afraid. She spins the driver in the hair back home. Hexport, if there's anything to confirm or deny this data, there's something to connect it to. If there's anything left, it will be the remains of the station. I had a feeling it might come to this, so I made inquiries when I first got here. The word is that place is irradiated to hell, but I've also heard that radiation is fading. And it's not like half the belt isn't glowing anyway. She shrugs grimly. With suits, we maybe have a few cycles before it started to leak through. The problem is getting in. She puts the drive on the desk magnet surface. Fast spindle is a no. Not only do I not want to get picked up there, but the debris is denser on that side. No safe way in. Darkside is the best bet, she shakes her head. But I've heard you have some trouble waiting for you there. What if I deal with the trouble? Then we have a clear shot at it, she shrugs. Easier said than done. The place is one hell of a stowaway spot. Shielded from everything, plus the scatter yards are no one's territory. I'm gonna leave the drive here. She squints at you, no peeking. But me, I want to keep moving, so I was thinking I could make myself useful too. We shake that trouble in Darkside, she smiles. Work for room and board and all that. Do you want to come with me? Yeah, she smiles, professionally speaking. What do you say? She folds her arms. You know I'm tough, I can do plenty beside ride an air bike. You're in. That's the answer I was looking for. Cadet scans the workshop. I've had enough of this spaces and bathrooms for a long time. I'll make myself at home in your rig. She picks up the drive and tucks it into a pocket. Cadet glances away from the racks on the wall, and you follow her eyes to a spot on the air bike where it's hanging carefully secured and pristinely capped. Cadet gives you a hard look. You better have room for my bike. Recruit Cadet into the team. Where the hell are we? Oh, I completely forgot what this place looked like just then. For some reason I was like, are we on a different space station? You find Seraphim and Marco waiting for you in the hidden room where you have met before. They're chatting quietly, their shadows cast across the scaffolding by a small lamp. Sleeper Marco's got something good. He nods to Marco, tell them. Marco gives you a nod and you look at him, his mood quiet, conspiratorial. I don't know if it's as good as Finn thinks, but it is an opening. I heard back from a friend of mine who runs a yard at the edge of the cluster, a far way out from here. A smart guy. He made a tidy profit selling off Field of Fate crews on their way into Darkside. He undercuts Darkside's fuel prices, which include a cut for Yasubo, so they stop off at his place to fill up before heading in. Marco smiles. Clearly this is his kind of business. This guy here is me a favor. I'm gonna call it in. We can get a few of us onto a freight crew, swap us out from the usuals who stay at his place, and let him have a few drinks on him. The crew, meaning us, will deliver the freight, complete with a stopover for cargo loading in Darkside. He smiles, which is when you do what you need to do. Well, we'll have as long as we need, but the more time we spend there, the more likely that they'll discover us. We'll keep our heads down, sleep, eat on the freighter. Then, once we're done and the freighter's loaded, we'll take it out again, returning to my friend's yard, and swap the crews back. He'll shrug, emphasizing the simplicity of the plan. No one will ever know we were there. See? It's good. It will work, right? Sounds like a good plan to me, dude. Seraphim looks concerned. It's going to be tight, but I reckon you can get what you need in time. make some connections with whoever is resisting Utspo and get an idea of their operation. Look for weaknesses. It'll have to be quiet. Finn Marco gives you both a warning. No noise, no attention. This can quickly become a one-way ticket. Seraphim turns to you. Think you can handle that? Together we'll get it done. Seraphim and Marco exchange concerned glances. What are they telling you? There's one more thing, Sleeper. Seraphim looks down. Someone needs to stay with the rig. Someone who can pilot it if there's any attention at the yard. He meets your eyes. It has to be like this. I'm sorry. I'm going with you. Marco puts a reassuring hand on your shoulder. I know, Darkside. I'll guide you all the way in and all the way out. There will be room for one more on the crew. I'll leave who that is to you, but let me give you some advice. He leans in really close. You better be sure you really trust anybody you take on this one. You look between the two of them. Just you and Marco might be a safer option. The fewer people, the less likely it is to give yourselves away, but then if Marco doesn't keep up his end of the bargain, you'll want all the backup you can get. The other problem is that we have to go right away. Fuck. You see the rising tension in Marco's face. The freighters arriving this cycle. Seraphim turns to you. I'm sorry I can't come, Sleeper, but we need to do this now. Then let's go. Seraphim nods, his expression dark. I'll be ready whenever you need. Just give me the word and we'll head out to my friend's yard. Marco sighs. We'll keep this tight and nothing needs to go wrong. His words echo in your mind as you leave the hidden room, a creeping doubt settling itself in the pit of your stomach. This is it. Time to go back to Darkside. Shit, is there anything I can... No. Okay, where are we? Where's the leaving point? Darkside recon. Well, let's do this. Let's component craft. Now we have 7 engine components. Damn, look at all that crew. And we take Bliss. Because I happen to know that that's, I think, an objective. I think you want to take Bliss for some reason. I can't remember why I know that, but I think Bliss is a must-have. The freighter hangs over the ragged shipyard. As the rig idles in the dock, your eyes trace the fuel lines snaking up to its underside where they disappear into the dark. A chirp from the pilot's console breaks the silence. Marco's signal. This is it, Sleeper. Seraphim settles back from the controls of your rig. He looks over his shoulder. You better get going. Don't get too bored. I'll do my best. Seraphim smirks. I hope they have something to drink in the yard. You glide towards the back of the cockpit. Seraphim clears his throat. Just don't do anything reckless, right? As you float down the corridor towards the airlock, Marco comes to meet you, his usual gear swapped out for a plain set of overalls that you imagine are borrowed from the freighter crew. You ready to go, Sleeper? The crew we're replacing already in the yard, so the sooner we get on board the better. He gives you a look. How are you feeling? I'm fine, let's go. Marco meets your eye. If you want to do this, we need to trust each other. He pats you on the shoulder as you cross into the airlock. The airlock cycles and Marco leads you into the yard through a series of shadowy passages that connects the 2 docking bridges. Now's the time, Sleeper, Marco says as you work your way through the yard. Any questions, any concerns, speak up now. Pretty good, man. Let's just get into it, dude. Marco shrugs. Suits me. Let's get on with it. You reach a vertical tunnel and start ascending. You come out to the entrance of the other docking tunnel, the freighter filling the viewing window, so all you can see are the plates of this scratched hull. Sleeper, Bliss is waiting by the docking bridge. How come you weren't wearing one of these? They gesture to the loose plane crew overalls that they're wearing. I'll change on board. This gives you a silent look. You better. I'm not going to be the only one wearing one of these things. Sorry to interrupt, but we need to go. Marco gestures to the docking bridge. You hit the button open the doors and glide towards the freighter's airlock. I'm gonna complain, just like the tiniest bit here. Do we really need all of this reading for getting on board the fucking ship? Like, we're just boarding a ship, dude. Do we really need all of this? As you do, fear settles in. You're going back to Darkside. I understand it makes like a complete story, but I'd be pretty happy with an abridged version of you board the fucking ship, because we already know that we're swapping the crew out. Like, is it just to show that like we're taking Bliss with us? Like, I don't know. Yeah, it is what it is. Darkside sprawls out across the starscape, its surface a vast and random acclamation of structures, lights, and signs. You have watched it as the freighter cut across the belt as it grew cycle by cycle, like a stain across the cockpit glass. Oh god. Watching it approach, the fragmented memories of your time there pass through your mind, as each dissolving the moment you try to focus on it. Only the sensations remain: despair, claustrophobia, fear, all somehow strengthened by their disconnected nature. It's as if, by not being attached to specific memories, they can run free through your mind, as alive as they were in the first moment of feeling. Instruction received. Appreciator Marco is in the pilot seat, talking to the port authorities. Incoming to strut 2-3. He turns back to you, clicking off the outgoing comms channel. First step complete. We've got the docking approval as expected. He raises his eyebrows, noticing something in your face. Keep it together, alright? I've got this. I'm fine. Good. He turns back to the controls. Sleeper, Bliss gets your attention from across the cockpit. I'm right here. Okay, I know this place is complicated for you. They smile warmly, but I've got your back. I do trust Bliss, pretty much implicitly. Anyone tries to mess with you, they shrug in an exaggerated way. I can't be held responsible for what I'll do to them. There's a hollow rumble through the body of the freighter as Marco brings it into dock. The noises of the drifter, more industrial shift, differ to those of your rig, but you still haven't quite got used to them. A squawk of noise over the comms sends Marco scrambling up the controls to submit the docking code. He was just sent moments before. There is an agonizing wait, and then a chirp, and the code is accepted. The freighter is docked. Alright, let me go out first, talk to the dockers, start the unloading, he unclips, and then you're good to go. Okay, fair enough, Marco. Marco nods, alright, hold fast, and he glides out of the cockpit without waiting for a response. You hold your nerve, looking out at the flickering lights and the distant traffic. The airlock clunks open and closes again. Time drags on. Freighter. Big bays, cramped cabins. You turn your attention to the job ahead, seeing it stretch out in front of you. Darkside seems impossibly vast. Too vast to find a specific person. You just find a type of person. Someone unhappy with Ubisoft's gains, ready to risk their life to change this place and push to the point of desperation or anger. This might be a lot more doable. But first, you must understand Ubisoft, see how they run this place, where they meet, what they talk about, find where Ubisoft's weakest, find where they can be broken, and think about the pressure that might be applied, not just by you, but by all of Darkside. How much do you trust Marco, Sleeper? Bliss bursts out the question almost unconsciously. Sorry, do we know him that well? Seraphin does. Bliss nods. I hope Seraphin's trust is well founded. They sigh and look at the station. The airlock cycles once more, and moments later, Marco is in the cockpit, sweat beading on his brow. He takes a moment, his mood uncharacteristically flustered. Well, I bent the truth a little back there, but I think we're good. He runs his hand over his hair. Dude, I'm just excited to get into this. I want to skip all of this and just start exploring Darkside, man. Lucky I've had a lot of practice lying to dock workers. He gives you a wink. They'll be unloading later this cycle and they won't be in a rush. He smiles. We'll have our time as promised, but the sudden interjection evaporates any relief you're feeling. So are watching these docks, that I know for sure. For now, we're just another freighter, but all our coming and going, that could be a problem. He turns to you. We can try to disable their monitoring or just get on the job before that becomes an issue. I'll take a look. I'm sure you will. Either way, we need to get on with what we are doing. Marco folds his arm. It's everywhere and we need to understand them to know what is happening inside their organization. It's crazy how much they can repeat the same fucking thing in a different way. I do love this game. I'm just excited. We slip under their skin, find out how they work. Marco looks. This is what I recommend. It's like, how many times do we need to repeat what we're here to do? I know what we're here to do, big man. But now, Sleeper, it's your turn to lead. He folds his arm. Tell us where to begin. You feel the attention, the pressure shift to you. Time to find allies, time to find your super's weaknesses, time to stop running and resist. One crisis active, one per cycle. Okay, so there's a crisis active, and that's dock surveillance. This is what I was excited for. So... I feel like we hard... Do we have supplies? We do have supplies. Is he going to be good at that? No. Is he going to be good at this over here? What are you good at? Fucking not that, okay. Do this. 100% pause. We'll throw a... Perfect. Let's do this. How many days does it expect me to be here for? This is perfect. Right. Let's run this 2-4s, get this done. Boom. It's a boost dark. We no longer have to worry about that. That's huge. Now, here, what do we got going on here? We have a 5. Work that in, big man. Well done. That's phenomenal. Let's go and have a look over here. We have intuition, and then we have hack use of our comms. We'll throw a 5 onto this. Phenomenal. You're a little stressed. That's fine. Let's head back this way. Sorry, we're doing things a little weird here. Let's throw a 4 for this. Okay, the severe stress. That's not ideal. Let's throw a 6 on this one. Fuck. I was kind of hoping that would be done with that. I don't want to waste a 6 on that. Come back this way. Let's throw 2 6s on this. Boom. Sorry, I forgot that if I fail things, the stress goes up. That's why I was like, well, if it just goes up by 1 every day, I wouldn't need to. Right, let's throw a 6 on this. Do we have anything else going on? This is basically it. Look, we can throw a 5 here. That's a 50% positive. Phenomenal. New location. Fuck, we didn't did all that just to find a location. Extract cipher. Intuition. How many days have we got left? +1 stress, that's fine. One stress isn't going to kill us. Let's do this. Two. Alright. Holy fuck, that was some bad rolls on this today. There was some really fucking bad rolls on today. Perfect. You leave the Docker's Rest and an Ubisoft passkey in hand. Sure, you'll get inside to one of their safe houses. Now the trick is to find one. You make your way through the docks, head down the dark passageway. Sleeper Bliss taps you on the shoulder with certain urgency. Marco's gone. You stop in the Darkside passage. You were drifting down a quiet connection between the two thoroughfares. You glance around at the loose bundles of wires and stained metal plates. It seems like a safe place to talk. He just muttered about having something to deal with and split just like that. Bliss sighs and shakes their hand. Just went before I could say anything. You pause a moment, unsure how to react. What's going on? Bliss shrugs. You tell me, Sleeper. I thought Marco was solid. Bliss folds his arm. This doesn't look solid to me. It looks far from solid. Take a moment, no need to panic. Marco brought you here and he'll get you out. You look down the corridor towards a bruiser. Wider passage where people drift by. If he needed to deal with something, then well, he needed to deal with something. It doesn't mean anything, but you sure as hell wish he'd give you a warning. Surveillance, and now shorthanded. This job has gone from bad to worse. Yeah, fuck. We've done that, okay. Dude, we are not in the best of positionings for this. Honestly. I believe. Yes. We found their safe house. The unmarked door slides open as you use the cipher. Beyond it, a dark tunnel descends into roof, a mess of bundles, tubes and wires. I would also like to add, there is a cheat you can use to make sure you get like really good rolls. So when I'm complaining about all of these like terrible bad rolls that we're getting, which we are getting like a lot of bad rolls, not as bad as earlier, you can just quit and reload and you will just get like it will redo all your rolls. So you can just keep doing that until you get rolls that are good, because it auto saves at the start of every turn. So as soon as a turn starts, a new cycle starts. If you just quit and reload, it will reload all of the stuff. So we could very easily cheat in doing this. Oh, we are absolutely not going to, because what's the point? It's kind of like a rim world. Like, we want things to go well, but if things go bad, it's part of the story, it's part of the experiment. We roll with the punches. Now, when I play this game through on the hardest difficulty, and will I cheat my way through that by using that exploit? 100% yes. I will, without a doubt, just letting you know. I will do that. Entering, you see a flickering light at the far end, and you hear the soft echo of raised voices. You hear Bliss taking a deep breath behind. We stay quiet, we listen, that's all. You aren't sure if they're talking to you or not. You drift down the tunnel, keeping your limbs clear of the side. Your passage through the air silent and gentle. You focus on the flickering light, the sound of the voices going even louder. As you descend through the tunnel, you notice a small dark hallway leading off before the tunnel reaches the bottom. You slow yourself, gently, fingertips grazing on the metal walls either side. Glancing through, you see the doorway leads out onto a framework balcony high on the wall of some dark room. You glance down to the bottom of the tunnel and hear voices raising in volume. Here, Bliss nods to the balcony. We stay high, stay in the dark. You come out onto the balcony overlooking a dark cavernous room, lit in patches with a bright area at the far end. It's filled with people, Ubisoft enforcers. I just keep making up the name. It's Utsabo enforcers members, and facing forward, they're floating bodies silhouetted by a pool of bright light ahead, and in the bright light, two figures are arguing. You come to the edge of the balcony feeling a safety granted to you by both your elevation and the cover of darkness. Below, the entire room has its attention focused on the two figures in the pool of light. The watching audience keeping to the dark perimeter as if they're observing a piece of theatre. You feel Bliss arrive beside you, their attention like yours, on the scene. Burley, Utsabo, Warden, Orin. These are might territories. You need to withdraw one figure, their features hard defined in the pool of light, gestures of the other. There is no discussion to be had. Vicious Utsabo, Warden. I can't Dutchy. The other figure laughs. You're pathetic, Orin. The washgate is a joke like you. He turns to the crowd and you see a dark hair, dark eyes, and a smile like a slit. Well, I think we're going to ally with Orin if we have a chance. The dark-haired figures address the gathered crowd. Orin makes nothing from the washgate, all that freight, and he lets it slip by while he soaks up bribes. Jeering echoes around the crowd. He's stealing from you all. Dutchy, you piece of shit, Orin spits. A glinting orb past the other man. You have no respect. A few of the crowd enter the light, gathering behind one figure or the other, barely more than an enforcer already dictating terms. If you had any idea what was happening in the passages, you know we've been facing sabotage, the resistance across the Walsh Gate. Orin shakes his head. Ubisoft's control is under question. Sabotage and resistance, you quietly log the remark in your mind. Those are the people you have to find. Dude, we only have 2 days left though. Dutchy smirks in response. I still know how it is in the passages, but you are getting soft, Orin. He glances around. You can't deal with some angry shop owners. He makes a show of his mocking laugh. It's easy to mock, but they're organized, and I am close to rooting out their meeting places. Orin folds his arms. You wouldn't know where to start looking. If you say so, old man. In the end, it's only a matter of time before someone ambitious notices how weak you've become. Then she draws a finger across his throat with a grin. See, it's like right at this moment, like screw consequences. If I was Orin, I'd pull out a gun, shoot the guy in the head, and be like, no one question me or it happens to you. That's how I would handle that. I think it's like you need to make an example. The room erupts in shouts. Both sides call insults while others from the crowd air their own problems, some drifting into the light to heckle Dutchy and Orin directly. Silence. A voice cuts through the room, raised above all others. The noise drops. You lean forward to get a better view. Holy fuck! It's Nikita! What? She become like a criminal overlord? She's from number 1. She very, very cool character. She's Bliss's she's who Bliss came here with. A woman holds her muscles in the air, a wide, strong posture of control, not surrender. You hear a sharp intake of breath from Bliss beside you, but you don't dare look away for more than a moment. Both of you, she shakes her head. She was also like, she's really tough, you don't want to mess with her. I'm surprised she's become a crime lord. Braids shaking through the air, she does. Enough, this is not how we do things. The chaos is replaced by a disgruntled muttering, no one voice willing to raise above the murmur. That she floats to one side, arms coldly folded, while Orin fumes opposite, his hands in tight fists. This is how the Starward Ward conducts its business. She shoots a hard look around the room. Animals fighting over scraps. Nikita Orin eyes Dutchy as he speaks. Dutchy's the one disrespecting the leadership and the trust they've placed in. I said enough. Your weakness does not impress me, Orin. She turns to Dutchy, and neither does your petulance, Dutchy. What you're calling weak, Nikita? Orin narrows his eyes. You may be Laine's favorite, but I have something that will change all of that. He looks over the heads of the crowd. Bring him. The figure is dragged into the circle of light, their head low, a greasy tangle of dark eyes drifting over their face. They lift a hand and slick it back out of their eyes. Marco. Fuck. Okay. We're gonna have to save Marco. God damn it, man. Everything's happening right now. Marco. Bliss hisses from beside you as Marco's pale face catches the light gleaming with sweat. This one here has a very interesting story to share with us, Orin gestures to the other crowd. I'm sure you're all aware of the bounty Laine has put on the head of a very valuable escaped sleeper and their accomplice. Well, Marco here tells me, he smiles, Marco whose eyes are fixed forward, squinting to light, that the same sleeper is right now on a freighter moored in the Washgate docks. Shit, we're not going to be able to save him with 2 fucking twos if we can't rest. Ripple runs through the gathered crowd, a reflection of the value of this information. You wonder how much cryo is on your and Seraphine's head. You look into Marco's eyes, attempting to see any indication of what it might be. A desperate bid to save himself, or a betrayal of everything you agreed upon. His set stare reveals nothing. Now Laine himself will be returning in 3 cycles, and you can imagine how pleased it will be when I present the sleeper to him. Keita stares at Orin. You had no business keeping this from me. She folds her arms. I will be the one to bring the sleeper in. Not so fast, Keita. Orin turns to the gathered crowd. The first of you to bring me the sleeper will be given a share of the Walsh Gate. He shoots a look across the cycle of light. That includes Dutchy. The crowd erupts into shouts and movements, and the assembled USO members suddenly up and moving towards the door. You push yourself into a corner of the balcony, tucking yourself into the shadows as you hear the tunnel filling with voices. There are shouts and scuffles, and you fear that any moment you'll be discovered, but as time passes, the noise subsides. You only open your eyes when the sound disappears altogether. The Utsubo members on their way to your freighter, the freighter that's supposed to take you off Darkside. You feel panic rising. You are trapped here once more. I can't, Bliss whispers beside you. I don't. They meet your eyes. We need to go now. You ascend through the tunnel, silent and slow, but your eyes are on the entrance, hoping that no Utsubo member returns or enters. And then you are back in the main passageway, blinking in the light of fluorescent panels and gliding away from the entrance, lost in daze. Somewhere in the rise you eventually stop, not sure of where you might be going, but needing to get away from what you just witnessed. You can't go back to the freighter, that much is clear, which means no supplies, no place to sleep. Fuck, then there's Marco. Was this all part of his plan, or was this just him in survival mode? Your mind fills with questions and worries, and the path ahead is unclear. I know her sleeper. Bliss seems out of breath, bracing herself against the wall of the passageway. Akita, you see a tear glittering, drifting from their eye. We came to the belt together. What do you mean? We were together. We came from the eye on her ship. But that was a long time ago. Bliss stares hard at the wall, not meeting your eyes. Akita, she was a mercenary, but she left that behind. Bliss stops, wiping her face with both hands. Joining Abitso? I don't understand. She would never let their trail off. I'm sorry. They sigh. This isn't right, sleeper. Something is going on. Maybe I can find her and talk to her. Bliss shakes her head. She must have a reason. There must be more to this. What about Marco? I don't know. He sold us out, but Bliss shakes her head. Something doesn't add up. Why strand himself here? Bliss goes quiet, lost in thought. It's clear as you see them turning the problem around in their mind that their past with Akita is affecting their judgment. Go and talk to her. The woman looked homicidal, but she has Marco, and you still don't know what to do about that. Can you really leave this place without him? How would Seraphine react if he actually had been called by Utsubo? Can you forgive him for giving in to their pressure? You're struggling to be angry at him, perhaps because you have been where he is now under Utsubo's control. I just assumed that he got kidnapped. Am I wrong? What would you have done to escape? Would you have given up? We need to find somewhere to rest. Sleeper. Bliss is dry-eyed and determined now. Decision is made. We need to stay here in the rise, away from the port. We'll need supplies, and more than that, we'll need a way out. They turn and look down the passageway. I'll find an empty unit for us. Don't go anywhere. You take a moment, trying to focus. If maybe you could find those resisting Utsubo, they could help you. Though you wonder if they ever existed at all, given that Marco was the one who reported their existence to you and Seraphine. Was this whole thing a ploy to collect the bounty to bring you to Darkside? If you search out Marco, perhaps you can get answers for better or worse. But then you recall Oren's words, sabotage and resistance. If that was an honest plea, then there is some truth in what Marco said, which is being resisted. You try to gather yourself, and you have to bounce back to come back fighting, otherwise this place will drown you in its darkness. Right, so what's our... Supply is empty. Lovely. Fuck. And even she's gonna suck at this, right? And it's an engage, of course it's an engage, the one thing that I'm bad at. Please just be neutral. Oh, thank God. Oh my God, no. Oh fuck. We're gonna have to take one day of like being unsupplied. You wake in the cold of the abandoned unit, an unsettling quiet. The air cycles whine, the heat diffuses hum, but nothing around you breathes. You're alone. You slowly rise, unclip from the straps from the bunk, and allow yourself to drift into the air silence. And then in the silence you hear something, a scrape or a scuff. It draws your eye to the unit's doorway, where a shape is settled in the dark. I knew you couldn't have gone far. She shifts to fill the doorway. Fuck. Just calm yourself. She holds up both hands. Let's not cause too much damage. She raises an eyebrow. May I come in? She just through the doorway. We don't need any extra attention right now. What are you doing here? Look, just shut up and listen. Okay, drops her voice. Risking everything by coming up here, she hisses, so don't make this any harder than it is. What you need to know is that I am on your side. I want Darkside free. Yes, this is more like her, dude. This is more like her. She's never seemed to be like a criminal type. She's tough and a hard ass, but not like, not putting people down and stuff. Just like you, and I hate Laine just as much as you do. I just have different methods, that's all. She raises an eyebrow. You might say better methods, given how well your visit has gone. Why should I trust you? The only person who can get you off Darkside, but you better listen closely. Akita hisses. It's taken me more cycles than you would believe to get this deep in Utsubo, and I'm not about to give it up for one escape. But then Laine doesn't usually run across the belt chasing a lone escapee, even a sleeper. Akita drifts a little closer, overshadowing you. So you need to tell me now, what does Laine want with you? Why are you so important to him? I don't know. I'm not playing games here. What you don't understand, Sleeper, is that I've been trying to keep you safe since I saw you arrive, but your friend hasn't made it easy. Getting himself caught by Utsubo is bad enough, but then blabbing about you being here, she sighs. I can only protect you so much. Where's Marco? I don't run the gang. He's Oren's. I can't risk starting an eternal war. Either way, you're lucky you aren't in the same position, and you have me to thank for that. So I'll ask again, Akita meets your flame. Why is Laine pursuing you? Explain that your frame is changing. Akita looks away in thought as you explain. She waits for you to finish. None of it makes any sense, but there's no way I'm letting Laine get his prize, not until we understand more. She gives you a hard look. I can get you out, but I need a couple of cycles, and I need you to do something for me. You need to take this with you off station. She produces a thumb drive and holds it up. This is everything I've managed to scrape from within Utsubo. The key to challenging Laine is on here, I know it. Take it to Olivia. It's tucked away in a crater in the shoals. That massive debris field beyond the hollow. She meets your eyes. You give to Carmen, no one else. Kita presses the drive into your palm and closes your hand around it. But no one but Carmen, you understand. Laine's rise has been cruel. He has split too much blood. When I'm ready, I'll make him pay for that. But Carmen needs to analyze what I've got him to find the right place and the moment to strike. Akita meets your eyes. I knew a sleeper once. That was us. And I should have trusted them. She lets go of her hand. So now I'm trusting you. I'll get you out, and you delivered. That's the deal, Akita cracks a knuckle. Then together we can. Akita, you hear Bliss's voice. Faint, but clear from behind. You see the confusion on her face as she turns. Bliss, she trails off, her aggression dissolving in front of you. What the hell do you think you're doing? You see a rare flash of anger in Bliss's face over her shoulder. Utsubo, really? This is where you fled to? The welcoming arms of the Belt's cruelest gang? Bliss, I stumbles over her words. And now what? You're here to deliver the sleeper to Laine? Bliss stares her down. You disgust me. Bliss, it's not like that. I'm here to help the sleeper, to help you both. She sighs. The hell are you talking about? Bliss' anger is softened a little by their confusion. I infiltrated Ubitsu. I'm working to get the sleeper out of Darkside to free this place. Infiltrated, Bliss laughs. So that's it. You've cast yourself as some sort of spy. They shake their head. After you left, this is where I find you. Are you trying to get yourself killed? She looks down silent. Her panic at seeing Bliss now turned into a cold, hard anger. Don't lecture me. I'm trying to do something worthwhile. She meets Bliss's eyes with fire. You have no idea what I've had to do. Bliss turns away. I don't want to know. They shake their head. I don't want to know a thing. Silence falls in the room, the tension growing. She turns to you. I have to go, sleeper. She glances between the two of you. I've already taken a big risk coming here. They cannot find me. 2 cycles, be ready to believe. She backs out of the unit. When Laine comes back, you go out. Neither of us want him to win here. And a piece of advice, forget Marco. Keep your head down and wait for me. She raises a finger. You need supplies, steal them, inflict a row. Otherwise, keep to yourself. Akita gives you a hard look and slips out of the unit. Okay. What's our options here? It seems like we have 2 days. Wait, I don't have this skill, so no matter what I suck. Fuck it, do I even need the supplies then? I think we can take stress for 2 days, honestly. Though you have no specific memory of it, there is something unpleasantly familiar about the place you found yourself in. Among the many stacks of units of the Rise, framed by scaffolding and sketching away from the Darkside's reflectors in a way such as only possible in 0G, you have found yourself in a cold corner. Here a locked door is marked with Utsubo's signal. A signal eel curled back on itself with its mouth around its own tail. This is the kind of door behind which Utsubo keeps its secrets, its assets like you and Seraphim were, like Marco is now. It's a door you have been watching, which is why you know there should be an enforcer lazily lent beside it, and while you do know, you only have moments before they come back. Break the lock. And we just minus some stress. That's so big, dude. You slip a shipbreaker's chisel from your belt pack and jam it into the lock, glancing over your shoulders as you try to force the mechanism. With a deft hand, you angle the chisel against the mechanism, and with a swift strike on the handle, the bolt pops off inside the lock. You slide the door and open silently. You're in. The dim corridor stretches out ahead of you, lined with doors on either side. The memory hits you almost immediately. Long cycles between jobs in a cell like this, awaiting Laine's arrival, kept safe. A lie that you believed when you were first brought to a place like this. Most of the cells are dark, empty, but a warm glow spills from around one of the doors. You quickly approach and look in. Marco is tucked into an inset berth, a padded niche like those in any unit, his back turned to a small window in the door. You slam the exterior lock release without thinking, Marco turning over his face as the door hisses open. Sleeper, he freezes for a moment, unsure of your intentions. He raises a hand as if to protect himself. To put something between you and him. Let's go. Marco nods and pushes himself up. He eyes you, but he doesn't say a word. Recriminations can wait? I don't know. Recriminations can wait. I don't know what that word means, big man. You back out of the passageway, and Marco follows slowly, tentatively. Time to leave. Fuck. Lucky me, Dachi floats in the corridor, a knife glinting in his hand. I came to squeeze a little more information out of Oren's prize here. He points the long knife at Marco, but it looks like I just got everything I need. Well, he closes the gap, raising his knife. Now, stay still. I prefer to deliver to Laine in one piece. We're going to fight. Thank God we're strong. You feel the knife graze your side, slitting through your thick skin, but you swing your elbow anyway, connecting with his face. As you spin, you feel the crunch of his nose, the solid metal of your skeleton meeting the palate bone of his. The plankton? Terrible. Moments later, Marco and you are streaking through the passages of the rise in a haze, the pain fading, but the fear holding strong, desperate to leave this place once and for all. Cool, we rescued him. Now, big man, I need you to get me supplies, bro. So I don't starve to death. If you can do that for me, I would be most appreciative. You're a fucking legend, bro. Thank you very much. Now we have supplies. Luckily we rolled so well on that turn. Otherwise that would have been a problem. You wake in the bear unit, cloaked in the endless shadow of the dark side. Outside the window the lights of the city glitter, but you do not see them. Your attention is instead on the tugging thread in your mind. Laine drawing even closer, you shiver. One more cycle and then you're out. Can we even do anything? I think we might be done, Chief. I think we're perfect to this. Well done, team. Marco rises from his berth quietly. You haven't really spoken. The two of you kept busy by your own injuries and the constant fear of Dachi will find you. But so far he hasn't, and if Ankita is to be trusted, this is your final cycle on Darkside. You look at Bliss floating in the corner, staring vacantly at the spot on the wall. You did your best to explain what Akita had told you about her involvement with Itsubo, but since then they have been quiet, removed. You haven't dared to ask more about their history together? I'm actually losing my voice right now. You trust that Bliss is ready for you to know. They will tell you. You wait in silence, no one eager to speak. A deep fatigue has set in, and in this moment, all anyone can do is wait for the excursion to be over. She's here, Marco nods at the doorway, where a silhouetted fatigue waits. Ankita looks at Marco, and then at you, a raised eyebrow, the only acknowledgement that you went against her advice. Laine is back on Darkside, we have to go now. Ankita looks tired, angry. We won't have another chance. Come with me, quickly, quietly. She turns and pushes out into the corridor. An exhausted looking Bliss turns to you. Let's put this place behind us. Ankita leads you across Darkside, not stopping to look back. The lights in the passages flash by, but you barely notice them. All eyes are fixed ahead, on the way out. At some distant part of the station, Ankita stops at a docking bridge, a small freighter visible through the viewing windows. She slaps the door release and slides it open. She grabs you on the shoulder, looking into your eyes. Laine's focus will be on Darkside now. He needs to stop the infighting to shore up Itsubo. If you get out now, he won't follow. Remember, Ankita hisses the instructions to you. Give that drive to Get that drive to Olivia, give it to Carmen. No one else, no matter what they say. Thank you. Carmen. You gotta remember, only Carmen can have the drive. She simply nods, and then she's gone, disappearing into the endless line, winding passages of Darkside. You drift gingerly down the docking channel, which leads into the cold and sparse cargo bay of the ship. Once you're inside, there's a hiss and the doors scissor shut. For a moment you panic, seeing no exit, no other doors, just a metal walled bay. Is this a trap? But the engines rumble to life, and you give in to your exhaustion. If Akita has tricked you, at least you were leaving this place behind. And then you feel it, cold fingers reaching into your mind. You're so close. Laine's voice in your ear. You are here. A rustling, a shifting. I can't quite place you. Can't quite put my finger on you, Sleeper. But I know you were there. What are you doing here? Hoping to confront me, perhaps? Or something else? A hiss. I'm right here, you coward. Come and find me. I'll admit I'm not quite ready for you, Sleeper. I flicker in a spasm. But so soon this will all be over. The tone begins shrill and escapable. Let me show you. The tone rises. Laine is in the bay of the freighter. The pool of constant acceleration, accompanying pressure against your chest. Laine looks around the bay, taking it in slowly. He inhales the stale air deeply. Laine feels power, feels pride, the sense of control over another excites him. This is his desire. Laine lifts his hand and turns it in the air, flexing the fingers in a satisfying wave. Something flickers at the corner of vision for a moment, and you strain to turn Laine's head. It does not turn, but you swear you see a figure there in the bay with you. It opens its mouth as if to speak, as if to scream, and then it's gone. A smile grows on Laine's face, a spreading tightness that has its own impulse. He raises one hand and uses it to grip the smallest finger of the other. A pause and then a sudden jerk. Laine snaps the finger back against the joint. The pain is instant, as is yours. It burns your vision away, so he's taking control of our body. When the white-hot blindness has faded, you look out at those same metal walls. You hold the same finger in your hand, and you release it. You see the crooked shape it has been bent into. A shiver runs through you, and you reach back into your mind to see any trace, any fragment of Laine remains there. You put your hands on your face and push, as if to push him from your head. The ship continues out on its starward arc, away from the dark side, away from Laine. But you can't help but feel that some part of him is still there, behind your eyes, concealed beneath the pain of that snapped finger. Well, that was quite the journey. Takes a long time before you're ready to discuss everything. First, there was the journey to the yard, then the disembarking from the freighter, then the explaining to the waiting crew why their ship was impounded, something Marco offered 1,000 apologies for. Thankfully, the crew of that ship brought you out of Darkside, sent by Akita, took the others aside and settled them. Though the promise of remuneration of the threat of violence, you aren't sure, but you expect they will leave for Darkside soon. You do your best to explain things to the crew, though touching on what happened, Marco, is not something you are willing to do at first. Bliss in particular seems to struggle, taking themselves away from the rest of the crew, and mostly staying in their bunk. It seems the encounter with Akita brought back memories from the time the two of them were a couple, and harder memories too, from the time after that when Akita left. Oh, they were a couple. I didn't realize they became lovers. Good on them. That's kind of weird, because wasn't Bliss like a kid when they left? Like, Bliss was like pretty young in the first game. She wasn't like... I think she was underage, man. I don't know. She might have been. The whole time you find yourself in a daze, your skin hurts and your muscles tremble, you don't feel yourself. You rest for a while. As you do, conversations echo around you until you find yourself able to rise. But then again, maybe they became lovers later on, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to spread misinformation about our girl Akita here. Sleeper, Marco comes to you in a quiet of the rig. Can we speak a moment? Go ahead. Marco nods. Thank you, Sleeper. He looks down. I almost cost you everything, but you have to understand something. When they called me, I was looking for someone important to me. That's why I wanted to come with you. I just wanted to get a message to him and to know if he was alright. He screws up his face, each word bringing him pain, and then I admit I thought I might be able to bargain on his behalf to get us both out. Bargain using my life. Marco can't bring himself to confirm it, but you know it to be true. All I can say is that I am sorry. Look, you can use the yard when you get back to the scrapyards. There are some components in it. Take what you want, Marco sniffs. I'm going to stay here a while. He does not meet your eye. He simply turns away and drifts down the corridor. As he does, Seraphim passes by him, receiving no acknowledgement. Seraphim gives you a questioning look as Marco leaves. What happened out there, sleeper? He floats there, stretching his scarred arm, the protective sleeve he had been wearing since the far spindle finally removed. He betrayed us. Seraphim shakes his head. What do you mean? He told Utsubo where to find me. No, Seraphim, that can't be. He pauses. It's not that I don't believe you, but Marco hates Utsubo. Seraphim sighs. He comes through for me so many times I never thought. I'll talk to him. Seraphim nods, a grim look on his face. I'll get the full story. Seraphim, I'm sorry, I wasn't there, sleeper. I should have never let Marco go instead of me. It's okay. Never again. He looks up. Tell me, was it worth it, sleeper, that you got something on Utsubo? You explain about the meeting you witnessed, the conflict between Oreo and Dachi, and Akita's intervention, explaining Akita takes a little more effort, but you try to remember everything that happened. You explain Akita's insistence that she was working against Darkside and how she got you off the station. You explain that Utsubo itself is coming apart with Laine absent, and that this will draw his focus away from the two of you. Seraphim waits until you finish to respond. So Akita got herself inside Utsubo. He raised an eyebrow. Just to try and break their grip on Darkside, he whistled. Take some balls. You explain the drive, mention Olivia, Carmen, and then hold up the thumbnail drive, the one Akita entrusted to you. Olivera, sorry. He screws up his face. I've heard it. Maybe once or twice. I just assumed it was some backwater colony, he sighs. Never met Carmen, though. What's the story on that thing? Seraphim nods at the thumb drive. She didn't say, really. I don't get it. Seraphim raises an eyebrow. We just delivered this little mystery drive, and that's all. He looks away, deep in thought. Is that what you want to do next? Olivia area, you've never heard of it, but it seems like the place to go if you want to help Akita fight back against Laine. You look at the drive, and as you do, you can't help but feel you're being used, and not for the first time. I mean, yeah, it's kind of just like the way things go, dude. One thing I will say, Seraphim begins, clearly thinking out loud. If you want to head back to Darkside, take on Laine, we're going to need to do so in our ship this time. Some crews get spoof transponders, send out a signal matching another ship. He shrugs. No, not going to get one fitted here, but that's something we need to look out for. Sure, you think... Go back to Darkside where Laine waits. A shudder of fear runs through you, thinking of the moment he slipped into your mind on the freighter. If you ever go back there, you know you'll need something to counteract him. But also recall Overseer's presence in the moment too. His strange form holding its shape as Laine tried to override your control. Perhaps Overseer has a way for you to resist his signal. Your mind whirls with possibilities and problems. Is it really the right move to go back to the place that almost killed you twice to take on Laine? What are you thinking, sleeper? We need to prepare. I couldn't agree more. Seraphim shakes his head. Next time we'll be different. We'll be ready. We'll come up fighting, and Laine won't have a clue what's hit him. We need work, we need crew. Seraphim starts counting his fingers. We need to take this thing to Oliviera. We need you strong, sleeper. Speaking of, Seraphim takes out a box of components. I kept myself busy these last cycles, working in the fabricator bays on the scatter yards. I figured you could use some spares. But first, Seraphim takes a coming breath. We rest. Oh, it's a lot of glitched dice. Contact Carmen. Investigate Hexport and get back to Darkside. Well, I'm going to do here is no longer starve to death. Let's fill up on fuel, fill up on supplies, which has cost us a ton. Come over to the rig. Fuck, I'm one engine part short. Come over to here. Perfect. Huge. Now we can have a little bit more fuel, but what we're going to do first is we'll throw all these glitch dice into rest and recovery because there's no negative if we fail. Now we have a rest. The darkness flows around you and you know what comes next. Sleeper, the multi-part image of Overseer assembles in front of you. We must intervene in your current course. Intervene in what? The opening of your systems has breached the existing paradigm and you are dangerously exposed. The voices somehow both soundless and shrill. We are sharing your hardware, that means we too are fatally exposed. The individual agent you encounter, we are almost completely erased by their attempts to seize control. Overseer, their head nods eagerly in agreement. It's Laine. We having knowledge of this name from your memory banks. There is much interest to us recorded there, however, often partially and inconsistently. Overseer whirls uncertainly, but yes, we confirm Laine's role in this vulnerability. It is our understanding that the assumption of inevitability is correct. I've read that wrong. I just can't say the word right now. Overseer glows with a bright paints of data, but in this slate we cannot operate with full functionality. If we were to be recompiled in our correct configuration, we would be able to calculate a new path. Our aim would be to close the vulnerability and reinforce your system against future intrusion that would ensure our safety within your system. 3 sets of eyes lock onto you. Would that also please you? You can stop it. Correct. Overseer stutters like a glitched animation. Our expertise was in total system maintenance and security beyond our administration and navigation capabilities. We are built to do this. I fucking love the Overseer, man. It's not very often in games that you like share your conscience or body with somebody that's actually super cool, but I'm happy this guy's around. At least, this is what we understand. Without being recompiled, we are aware of these capabilities but cannot access them. We are confident to a substantial degree that we know how to complete the process once recompiled. 3 heads nod one to the other, then recompile. The head resolve thoughtfully for a moment. Without our originating code base, we cannot recompile. The Overseer flickers. If we were able to speak with a Solheim systems engineer, perhaps the lead engineer Jacob Kaczynski, perhaps we could acquire it. The 3 heads stare at you expectantly. Solheim is gone, dude. Yes. The head nods repeatedly. Of course, but the head continues nodding. We were of course aware of this. You look at the fragmented program itself and its systems unstable and broken. You realize it is far worse off than you, and its collapse is almost inevitable. How could it possibly save you? There's a difficulty. Overseer flicks between poses, but all code bases are held in central Solheim facilities. They are Station A1, I know Station AE1 I think, and the CAN Channel Operations Center, and the control central of the HAPEP, or the Helion Asteroid Belt Extraction Project. Overseer smiles helpfully. HAPEP? Is that Darkside? Overseer immediately latches onto the thought. Based on your memory banks, we believe so. Correct. It occurred to you that this entire conversation is happening within your head. It's an unsettling feeling. I can't go back to Darkside. Correct, it would be inadvisable without precaution, Overseer chirps brightly. We understand that the individual seeking to overwrite you is stationed at HAP itself. Overseer, 3 heads separate and turn inward as if in conference. The shadowed heads turn simultaneously unsettling in the directness in which they address you. But if you could access the HAP mainframe without making yourself known, we could reconstruct ourselves and gain the ability to reconstruct you. Theoretically, one of the heads adds, theoretically the other head confirms. Theoretically, the head confirms again. The reassurance of the delusional Soheim protocol are barely reassuring, but if the Overseer is correct, this may be your only option. We feel your doubt, but we must impress on you the importance of this, please, Overseer. Eyes flash, all 6 of them. If not for your sake, for ours. If you cannot find a way to the HEP before encountering Laine, you will surely be overwritten, and we will also share your fate. His head rotates. We would like this not to happen. You sigh exhausted from the conversation. Overseer gets the message. We will leave you to recharge, but please consider the path ahead. You come back to the ragged paneling of your bunk. Somewhere behind your eyes, the ache begins. You envy Overseer for its lack of a body and the pain it causes. But then suddenly you wonder if it's sharing your body, it shares your pain too. The thought makes you pity the broken protocol, its sense of time and place shattered. Perhaps you share more than you like to admit. The path ahead begins to take shape. It seems a return to Darkside is inevitable, but you'll need help to make that return. Oh, we got a shit fucking roll for today, didn't we? Let's get rid of these glitched dice, dude. So we're not completely screwed. Let's have a rest. Let's get rid of this last glitch dice. Now we need to find Oliviaria, or whatever it's called. Only give the piece of equipment to... Do we go with initiative? I think we go with initiative. To Carmen. We only need to find... Only Carmen. Right. Let's eat some food. Buy some more fuel. Just for the journey. Now we have 15. Go to the map. We can travel straight there. That's still blockaded. Just go straight to Oliviaria, or whatever it's called. The rig. You find it exactly where Ikea said it would be, the ragged colony nestled in the crater of one of the biggest rocks of Solas. Seraphim gets no response from the initial broadcast. Do we roll okay? That's not bad. And so you find yourself in the docking tunnel, the rig at one end, the colony at the other, with no idea what awaits you. I need you to get back to that ship and keep flying. You freeze in a dark tunnel, a figure in front of you holding a long gun at their hip. I'm serious. The hell is this person's name? Xander? Your eyes adjust to the dark, and as they do, you see a boy carrying a long, dark shape in his hand. I don't know how you found us, but you need to leave right now and forget this place. Who is this? Saffron. You glance over your shoulder and see, oh, it's Seraphim, my bad. He looks way different in that image that I actually didn't even realize it was him. I thought it was a new guy. Look kid, we mean no harm. How about you run and get someone? I am someone, I'm Xander. He sticks out his jaw. It's you I don't know, and I'll decide who's gonna do some harm here. He reaches across his chest and thumbs on a lamp he has lashed there. You blink in the glare of a bright light, shielding your eyes, and as you do, you see a flicker of confusion crossing Xander's face. He meets your eye with a look of shock and opens his mouth as if to speak. There are no words emerge. We have something for Carmen. You notice a familiar name registered with you, Xander, adding to whatever confusion or question your appearance has provoked. You see his eyes taking in your sleeping body. His gun drops a little as he takes his attention off it. Is this... He looks between you and Seraphim. Are you here for Flint? He pulls his gun closer to him. I'll be honest, kid, we have no idea who you were talking about. Seraphim allows himself to drift a little forward. So how about you drop the gun and we can talk like adults as Seraphim floats past you. He gives you a look that makes you nervous. We're just here to deliver something. Oh, this is Candace. Xander, the voice echoing along the docking bridge. Xander, what are you doing? A figure appears at the end of the bridge behind. A young woman clearly older than the boy in front of you. Found these two trying to sneak in, Candace. Xander keeps his eyes on you and Seraphim as he speaks. Saboteurs, maybe. Was about to send them on their way. I assure you we're not saboteurs, miss. Seraphim smiles. Candace sighs and glides towards Xander. Stop messing around with the welder. She snatches the gun out of Xander's hand, and as she does, both you and Seraphim reflexively flinch. Oh god. Candace looks at the two of you with a raised eyebrow and turns the gun so that you can see it better. You notice the fuel tank in the welding muzzle. It probably has an effective range of less than half a foot. Seraphim looks at Xander and rolls his eyes seriously. Candace lowers the welder to her side and returns to Xander. Now's not the time. We just had an emergency broadcast from Carmen and Flint. Something happened. Xander's attitude changes immediately. He turns his face to Candace, putting his back to you as if you had just disappeared completely. What do you mean something's happened? I don't know. They went quiet in the shoals. All we got was a distress signal. Candace raises her hand reassuringly. Don't get excited. They probably just had a technical fault on the ship, but we should check it in anyway. We have to get them. Xander grabs the welder back and slings it over his shoulder. In what, Xander? Candace sighs. They took the only functioning ship. The tender tide's still in pieces in the hangar. If you give me fuel, I can take care of it. Seraphim gives you a nudge and nods towards Candace and Xander. This is your chance. We have a ship. Xander reels around in the tunnel, squinting at you in thought. Seraphim moves past you, approaching them. We need to see Carmen, and it seems like Carmen needs our help. He looks between the two of them. So, how about we stop messing around in this dingy tunnel and go get your friend? Xander turns back to Candace. Them? Really? He rolls his eyes. We're not the only people in Oliviera. There must be other ships. You want to go looking? They're here now. Candace looks at Seraphim. And they're generously offering to help us. She smiles sheepishly. Fine, but I'm coming with you. Fine by us. Come on then. You both turn and head back to the ship. Seraphim whispering as you do. What kind of backwater has this Akita sent us to? He sighs. This kid thinks he is some kind of sheriff. Let's just go find Carmen, man. Agreed. What are you two talking about? Xander catches up with you and Seraphim. His mood seems buoyant by the prospect of boarding a ship. You wonder how often he gets to leave. Nothing. He shrugs. Sounds boring. Wait up. You turn back to see Candace gliding up the canal. I changed my mind. I'm coming too. Give me a minute to grab some supplies. She glances at Xander just in case. Seraphim cuts in. I'll give you a hand. That alright, Slaver? We're back in a sec. He looks at you. You pause, but Seraphim doesn't seem to be waiting for confirmation. As he and Candace head back into the dock, you are slightly thrown off by the eagerness to be so helpful. This is the first time you've actively seen him welcoming anybody coming on board the rig. He likes her. When you get to the cockpit, you notice Xander looking wide-eyed at the consoles and switches. Cool ship, he grins. After a short while, Candace and Seraphim come back into the cockpit, all loaded up. Seraphim pats Xander on the shoulder. Might want to strap in there, kid. Xander and Candace find a place to settle in as Seraphim buckles himself into the flight seat. Alright, he turns to Xander. Show us where to go. Oh fuck, we're just going straight into a job, huh? Wow, and terrible rolls. I love that. You head out into the shoals. The thick debris field surrounds you. What's happening here, Sleeper? Bliss pokes their head out into the cockpit as Seraphim brings the ship towards the signal coordinates Xander gave him. You look around the cockpit. Xander is tapping at the co-pilot console mounted in front of his seat in a haphazard way, while Candace is asking Seraphim about how the rig works. Surprisingly, Seraphim is responding with patience and care. Yeah, he does like her. They'll help us find Carmen. If you say so. Bliss looks over Seraphim and Candace. Is Seraphim smiling? They shake their head. Something's going on. Bliss turns back to you. Junie is working on the ship's wiring and won't respond to my messages. She's probably in the walls somewhere, hooked up to the main line. They smile a weak smile. I'm here, so how about you tell me what we're doing in the middle of nowhere? Quiet, Seraphim's voice cuts through the chatter. Is that? He gestures out the debris fields. Okay, he gestures out into the debris fields at the sparkling, ragged-looking shape tucked beside a rock. Xander rushes to the cockpit glass. Carmen, a moment of tense silence grips the room. That's his ship. You and Bliss exchange concerned glances. This isn't good. Oh, his ship's cut in half. I'll bring her in. Seraphim's eyes are fixed on the wreck of the crumpled ship. We don't know anything yet, so everybody calm down. Xander is silent, his face pressed against the glass. Candace stares out at the wreck, her cheeks pale. No one speaks until the rig is brought to a stop. Alright, now we're going out there. We have a poke around. Seraphim looks between Candace and Xander. We verify the ship and we recover the crew. Seraphim gives you and Bliss a nod, and you both push off and guide towards the back of the cockpit. Suddenly Xander pushes off the window and guides with you out of the cockpit. I'm coming too. You need someone to help identify the ship. To identify, he stops. Sure, welcome aboard. Xander nods to you. You head to the airlock and suit up. You're a maintenance guy, huh? Well, hopefully we have a lot of engineering here. We do. Perfect. This isn't a complete disaster then. We'll take the stress, I think. Let's throw this one in. Fucking hell, the fact that we used everything then and we didn't get supplies, no energy lost. We're actually, the game's actually having a fucking laugh, dude. This is ridiculous. Let's just hope we get lucky with that. We did. The search of Carmen's gutted ship has impacted the mood in the rig, and more evidence of an attack has appeared. The quieter Xander has gotten, the more Candace has retreated into the bunks. Now with the search complete, you are gathered in the cockpit to discuss what has been found. Come on, Candace floats by the door, hugging herself against the cold. Tell us already. Xander is perched on the back of one of the seats, flickering at some hinged container he found in the wreck, open and closed. Open and closed. Explain carefully. You start by summarizing the search, talking around the details, picking your language carefully. You describe the damage to the ship, but not the attack. You talk to them about the occupants of the ship without mentioning what might have happened to them. Seraphim cuts in. What Sleeper is saying, he gives a look, is that ship was hit by weapons fire badly. Then the drive was fried up. They attempted to flee. The drive burnt out, and the ship, after hitting multiple rocks and bits of debris, came to a halt here. We found no bodies. At the mention of the word bodies, a shudder runs through the assembled. Then they're still here somewhere, Xander, a steely look in his eyes, and we find them, whatever state they're in. He looks at Candace. She nods back at him. Xander's right, we aren't leaving them out here. Carmen made Oliveira what it is. He saved us. We won't come back without him. She shivers and looks at Xander's. He would do the same for us. Based on the damage to the ship, Seraphim begins. They're almost certainly dead. We get it. Xander cuts him off, but there are debris trails leading away from the ship. I've seen them. There are. Seraphim holds his hands out in a calming manner, but those could be from secondary explosions or depressurizations. We pick up the trail and it could lead us in circles after circles. Then we better pick the right one. Candace has Xander steely look now too. She stares directly at Seraphim, challenging him to answer back. He sighs, then what we'll do, he looks at you with resignation. Whatever happened here, we won't leave until you see its end. Fuck, there's like a lot of debris trails, huh? Oof. It's not ideal. Alrighty. What do we take? It's Endure. Thank God we leveled up Endure first. It's all Endure and my team's rolling like dog shit. I'm so happy. So happy my team. Look at that. 2 and a 1. Okay, we got one trail. The trail's dead. Sleeper Seraphim says over the comms, it's not going anywhere. You have to agree picking through the debris has been nothing but an exercise of utility, and now coming to a dead end you aren't even sure if there's anything out there to find at all. Loop back to one of the other trails, Sleeper Seraphim pauses. We're gonna keep going. What else can you do? You just hope for Xander and Canada's safe you find something soon. Well, we're gonna have a nap first. Not a bad roll, to be honest, because we can do this, get us a 5. I don't really want to use the 6 yet. Dude, it's crazy that they make us bring Bliss along, and she's not good at anything we have to do here, and then they make us bring Xander along, and he's dog shit at what we're doing here as well. Well, yeah. He's mechanics. I guess he does have Endure, but I mean, he's just rolling terrible. I have an asteroid cave here. Let's have a look. How many days have we got? 3. God, this is gonna be a nightmare. We can throw him in and to do one as well. If he gets stressed, it doesn't really matter. Let's have another sleep. Hope things go well. Drop that in. Oh, he kind of peaked a little bit. He's done really well. Let's see if he can rock that 4 well as at the same time. Oh, good job, dude. Good job. When the Starward Trail leads to the caves, a little hope was kindled in the hearts of the crew, but after plumbing the depths of these dark passages, the hopes are snuffed out. Alexander has struggled in silence, only speaking to update Candace on the lack of news via the cockpit comlink, but he speaks now quietly first, and then with increasingly urgency. A light. Sleeper, I see a light, and with that he kicks off hard from the wall and darts down the tunnel with reckless speed. You follow, but the tunnels are winding and you quickly lose Xander around a corner. You kick off from the same wall trying to close the gap. But when you come around that same corner you can't find Xander anywhere, and then you see it through a thin slit in the cable, a flickering, a fading light. You cross over to it, you see scratches and clunks of scrapped out rocks. Someone has dragged something through here. Contact Xander. You click your comms to Xander's channel and call to him. Nothing but static silence greets you. A flashing red light on your comm panel suggests the signal is getting through. You push away from the floating rock and squeeze yourself into the gap. As you do, you watch the light pulse into the cave, setting the cracks, the shapes of the rock sharp in relief. You search those shadows for something recognizable, but the light source remains out of sight. And then you are through. You steady yourself against the wall and look towards the light. There, beside a fading emergency lamp, floats a body, its head instantly striking you as strange and mishappen. This is Carmen's body, apparently. You know immediately this must be Carmen. His head is shrouded in an emergency helmet inflated around him like a balloon, while the oxygen canister floats nearby, attached by a tube. His eyes are closed, his body is still. You try to settle your gaze on his chest and you see a telltale rise and fall. But then the light catches something else, something broken. A skeletal A skeletal nearby, a face with bright eyes watching you. The fuck is this thing? Flint. A sleeper, another sleeper, they watch with lit irises. One's just like yours. Their torn face reveals no emotion. They pose crouched, coiled, like a spring ready to strike. You both freeze, unsure, afraid, nothing moves. Their eyes trace the damage. Your eyes trace the damage to their suit, to their body. They look broken, worn down, and you wonder if this is how you look to others. If they flinch when they see you, as you feel the need to know. Carmen, Xander, panic voice cuts through the silence. He rushes forward to the floating body. As he does, the other sleeper pulls away from the wall like a statue coming to life. For a moment, you go to intervene to save Xander from the figure, but the sleeper falls on Xander to embrace him, and Xander returns the hug. You float stunned, watching Xander begin to carry Carmen's body from the cave, with Flint the sleeper guiding him. Carmen is stable. Candace comes out from the room that has become a makeshift medbay. She looks between you and Seraphim. Thanks to you. Glad to hear it. Candace smiles, a bright smile. We should head back to Oliviera. Seraphim cuts in. He places a hand on your shoulder and steers you away towards the cockpit. Once you are out of earshot, Seraphim turns. Did you know Flint was a sleeper? No. Seraphim nods. He paused. I don't want to be suspicious. I was just surprised as all. Seraphim glances back towards the medbay. They look different. What do you mean? I don't know, he sighs. I saw something. Just something I wish they'd mentioned. I'll go start her up. He pats you on the shoulder and heads to the cockpit. Let's just keep an eye out for them, okay? He leaves you floating in the corner, unsure of what to think. Flint is the first sleeper you have met since you escaped the program, and at this point these memories are little more than fragments and fictions. As the rumble of the drive starts... As the rumble of the drive runs through the ship, you can't help but feel a little concerned for what this might mean. Bro, can I investigate that last area? I can't. Okay, I just got lucky then. With an actual god roll. And we leave. You're alone with Xander and Seraphim in the docks while Carmen is carefully carried from the rig by Flint, guided away into one of Oliveria's many tunnels and passages. Oliveria. Okay, I believe you. Xander shrugs shoulders. Seraphim raises an eyebrow. Believe us how? That you aren't saboteurs. He shoots you a sheepish grin. Although, you never know. I appreciate that. No problem. He nods to you with a kind and seriousness only a child possesses. Tell me, kid. Seraphim folds his arms. Why are you so protective of this place? I mean, no offense, but who would want to sabotage a tin port colony in the middle of the shoals? Xander bristles at the comment, but controls his anger. You don't get it? It's a refuge. Why do you think we're hiding all the way out here? He glances at you and then back at Seraphim. I would have thought you'd understand what's at stake here. You've seen Flint. Seraphim pauses, unsure of how to respond. He looks embarrassed into silence. Look, Xander says, playing the peacemaker. You brought Carmen back to us. Everyone in Olivet will thank you for it. I'm just going to call it Olive from now on. How about you stick around for a bit, get a feel for the place. If you need a resupply, we can help. We haven't got much, but if you chip in, you will get your share. He bows his head a little. We're more welcoming than we appear. Just don't expect to buy anything with those chits of yours. Xander pats his hand on his hips. This place is not for sale. Seraphim shrugs. Alright, kid. He glances at you. We appreciate it. We need to hang around until Carmen's back up and awake anyway. I think we'll be glad of the rest. I'll see you around. Xander touches his brow in a salute and then kicks away, floating out of the dock. Seraphim turns. A little shore leave doesn't sound so bad. I agree. Seraphim smiles. Alright then, he stretches. I'm gonna head down into town and see what's happening. He winks and guides away into Oliveria proper. You were left floating in the docks, unsure of what's to come next. It doesn't seem like Laine is going to find you out here, so maybe this is the perfect time to take a breather. At least until you can bring Akita to drive to Carmen. You turn that little thumbnail drive over in your pocket. Time to see what this place has to offer. Holy shit, there's a lot. What is the red one is what I'm instantly interested in. Clinic. So I'm gathering this is Carmen is in recovery. Rising tensions. God damn it, I haven't done anything. As you leave the rig, you find a figure waiting for you in the docking tunnel. You think of Xander's hostile greeting when you first arrived. Is this him again? Flint, where are you headed? Flint leans away from the wall. Now out of the battered suit you saw them in first, and damage of their frame is concealed beneath their overalls, but you're still aware of it just beneath the surface. Bro, I have no idea. Same, Flint nods. I'll join you. You float together through the docks in silence. Flint makes you nervous, and their insistence on intercepting you this cycle hasn't exactly calmed the sensation. Breaking the silence eventually becomes unavoidable. How are you doing? Flint stares. Better than Carmen. The mention of Carmen's name recalls the image of him floating unconscious in the light of your work lamps in those deep and winding caves. You suppress a shudder. Flint gives you a sideward look, their mask-like face betraying no emotion. It's good you found us. They pause as you both move through a doorway. Could have been sooner, they blink, but better than nothing. Looking at Flint gives you an unsettling feeling, like catching your own reflection in a polished hull plate. Is this what others feel like when they speak with you? Watching the cooked mask, the lit arises for signs of human emotion, interpreting and stuttering emulations of facial expressions as they cross your doll-like face. Flint turns away again, and you realize that they might be feeling the same looking at you. Each other's mirror, each reminding the other of the gap between being and being seen. What happened out there? Flint pauses. I made a mistake, one I won't make again. They frown and stare forward, offering nothing more. You arrive together in the cavernous hall containing the scrap silos, the cacophonous echoing and the sorting already filling the air. So, Sleeper, Flint's face curls in amusement as he uses every mononym, every reference to refer you by. Olivia asks all of those it harbors to contribute to the colony. Show me what you can do. Sort scrap. You and Flint guide into the sorting bay where scrap from silos is delivered to the waiting workers ready to be checked and cleared and cast into different nets at the fringes of the space. You find a sorting station and begin picking up chunks of ship, the machine turning them over in your hand. As you inspect the scrap, the ghost of their original place in a bigger structure becomes apparent. Each piece suggests a hole, a drive, a casting, a loading bay, a life support unit. You burn away the corrosion with a torch, crack open rusted castings, and release the components inside like seeds. You will find a new life in this broken and discarded pieces. Something makes you look to one side, a glint that catches your eye, and there is Flint, taking a rest of their own. You see a glint again, Flint turning something over in his fingers, watching it spin. A vial of stabilizer. My last vial, Flint speaks without taking their eyes off the drug. Even though the haze of your lost memories, you can recall the fizzing, sickening pulse of the injection. The dependence from your reboot freed you from. Saving it for a special occasion, Flint pockets the vial and meets your eyes. You don't need stabilizer, do you? Flint moves away from the wall that we're resting against. I noticed you were different from the first moment we met, but I didn't realize what it was until now. The way you work, the way you move with that dependence, I see it now. Tell them about the reboot. You tell them about the process and Seraphim attempted on Darkside, the one that Laine interrupted. They listen absent-mindedly, watching the workers instead of you. That's not all though, is it? Flint meets your eye. There's something wrong with you, more than just your decaying frame, your signal, your presence. It smells different. But it's none of your concern. You see, Sleeper, it is. Flint looks out at the workers. I know who I am, what I bring to this place. All of these people are at risk because of me. That means you two are at risk, your crew to me, and more importantly to this place. And that is very much my concern. We welcome you, just as it welcomed me, and it will do so in spite of itself and its own safety. I want you to know, because you will pay the cost those close to you, and you must know what they pay it for you. I just fucked all of that up. I'm just so uninterested in Flint. I've got to be honest. I just don't care. I want to go talk to Carmen. I want to go back to Darkside. Flint, you're making me work in a factory, and I don't want to. With that, Flint turns and guides away, leaving you no space for a response. You watch them leave, their billowing cloak revealing and concealing the glinted and ragged parts of their exposed skeleton as they go. I honestly could have just done without all of that. I don't really, hate to say it, I don't really care about Flint. Oh god. Fuck. Can I just have some energy, please? Thank you. Get me some fuel, please. More fuel. +1 fuel, really? Let's have a rest. I swear to God, if they interrupt me again, I'm going to skits. I fucking knew it. The sound of voice raised echoing through the tunnel. Following them, you find yourself at the entrance of the clinic where Flint and Xander are locked in a bitter argument. I won't take you out there, Flint. Xander is pleading with the sleeper. Look at what happened to Carmen. They'll kill you. What happened to Carmen is exactly why I have to go. They will find me here, and when that happens, the whole colony can hear you too. Seraphim comes out of the clinic with Candace. You trying to wake up Carmen? You see Seraphim clock you, standing in the passageway. Your eyes meet and Seraphim looks away. Neither of you have seen each other since you brought Carmen back to Oliviera. I'm trying to make sure what happened to Carmen doesn't happen to anybody else. Flint folds her arm. I'm the reason he is like this. And that means it's on me to fix it. What are you talking about? You catch Flint off guard. He hadn't seen you waiting in the passageway. S and ARP came for me. That's what happened out in the debris fields. They look you down. You know what that means. S and ARP, the company that created you, the company you escaped. The idea of them bearing down on this place sets your nerves on edge. You have long since slipped their grasp. Laine disabled your tracker in exchange for unwavering service, a gift that became a trap. But Flint is still on the run, and if S and ARP attacked Carmen's ship, they can't be far away. You look at Flint and see the fear in their eyes. The tracker is still active. Oliviera is shrouded. Flint looks towards the center of the colony. Carmen managed to get hold of a signal shroud and set it up here. He wanted to keep everybody safe. There's no way S and ARP can track me here. Am I missing something? Seraphim interrupts. If they can't find you, what's the problem? It's not just about the tracker. The hunter found me in the debris fields. They know I escaped. It's only a matter of time before the search brings them here. Silence falls on the group. Damn, we rolled really well this turn. As inevitability of the problem sets in, Xander looks distraught. You can't, Flint, Xander says, quiet. They'll kill you. Seraphim glances at you and Flint in turn, and you see his mind working on a solution. He looks away, frowning. I'm sorry, Xander, this is how it is. Flint looks dejected. Unless we get them first. Seraphim smiles an impish smile. Seraphim, what are you thinking? Candace speaks up for the first time. We know there's a hunter out there, scouring the shoals, and we know that they're looking for you. Flint, Seraphim shrugs. That means we have the upper hand. We don't need to bring them here. We can bring them anywhere we want. Seraphim looks around the group. So we get set, we prepare a little surprise, and then we wait. Flint is already shaking his head. The hunter could arrive at any moment. We don't have time for this. If I had a ship, I would have left already. Then we move you now. We take you somewhere, we can prepare, and we will work hard and fast to get the ambush set. When the hunter comes in, Seraphim grins. We spring the trap. It's a good plan. Seraphim smiles. See, you might not trust me, Flint, but another sleeper. Flint doesn't respond. I don't think Flint likes me, dude, to be honest. You can see them thinking it through, considering their options. I'm coming. No, I don't want you to come. You suck, dude. You suck. Xander has a determined look on his face. We're doing this, and I'm coming. Look, kid, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this is the real thing a bounty hunter is going to. Stop patronizing me. Xander cuts him off. I know the shoals. You'll need me out there. This conversation suddenly devolves into many small arguments. Location, who should go, how to approach the ambush. The noise grows. The old Solheim manufacturer Candace's voice raises clear and precise through the noise. That's where we do it. It's a rocket far enough from here, and it's a real labyrinth. You can lead the hunter there and get them lost inside. Candace's eyes are bright and determined. The place is full of old machine ordnance. We've been afraid to scavenge any of it. It's so unstable. You notice Seraphim, watching Candace speak, clearly impressed by this sudden shift towards decisive action. We could bring the whole place down on their head. Alexander picked up Candace's thread. I know the manufacturer is a good idea. You look between those gathered. Seraphim, stubborn and protective. Candace, sharp eyes. Alexander, relentless desire to get involved. And Flint, a sleeper like you. A sleeper in need of escape. Carmen was building something here. A shroud haven, a place that needs protecting. He may be unconscious behind those doors, floating amongst the wires and tubes of the clinic. But something of him is here in this group, making a plan of resistance. Flint's eyes meet yours, and you know what has to be done. The rig will leave of Etheria this cycle. You have a hunter to trap. Well, let's go get some food real quick. I think that's probably the most important thing. So wait, we have 5 food. Maybe we see if we can get some fuel. We don't really need it, but we'll do it just in case. What was this other place? What's this? The scrap silos. Oh, we get components there. Interesting. Right. Old manufactorium. -2 fuel. And it is a job. Let's go. Who to take with us? Honestly, we always take a Junie. And we take a Eugen. Give me 1 second. I need to go to the toilet, to be honest with you. This is going to be a long one, I think. Right. Dude, I'm so like, after I've been reading for however long it is, holy shit, the reading is, I'm not gonna lie, man. I need like a minute here because this is just gonna be a ton more reading. So I'm gonna go to the toilet, have a drink of water, because the reading is nuts. let's get back into it in a second. I want to look some stuff up real quick. Not spoilers or anything, I'm just a little interested in a couple of things here. I thought we were way closer to the end of the game. If I'm honest with you, I really thought we were way closer. Alright, let's go here. Right. This is contract based. I don't think we're even close to the end of the game. What are we looking at here? What I'm looking at is, can't we recruit some more people? Yeah, that's what I was interested in. You can recruit the signal chaser, a guy that we met a little bit earlier on. And that's why I was wondering, like, because we've recruited the freelancer, the spindle, we've recruited yeah, but to recruit the signal chaser we need to abandon Eugen to die. So if we did fail that earlier, we would have got a different team member. Now that doesn't really work for me, I hate to say, because Eugen's kind of our main guy. He's our endure guy. Now we don't really need him now, but in like, holy shit, I just saw our rolls. God, what a disaster. Fuck, that's awesome. Corroded plates, twisted struts, scattered scrap. The manufacturing makes for a familiar sight. Just one more ragged artifact. Just knocked my bowl that I have there. I'm getting warm because I'm freezing cold. Just one more ragged artifact from the corporation that once owned this system. Despite that, something about it seems to set you on edge. Perhaps it's because it also will form the crucible of your attempt to take on an S&R hunter. The kind whose entire job is to bring in escaped sleepers like you. We rolled 2 1s, a 2 and 2 3s. Oh, this game likes to bend you over. Honestly, hopefully it's engineering. Otherwise, it's just a waste of a day. The ring is tucked behind a rock, running on low power with the transporter off. You hope that's enough not to draw attention. So talk us through it. Seraphin turns back to Flint, Candace and Xander, all of them who are cramped into the cockpit along with your crew. We have to make this place look like a colony. That is what the hunter will expect. Candace suggests first, her voice quavering a little with anxiety. Is that like quivering but different? We can seal up some of those holes, maybe install some lighting, fake it up. Okay, Seraphin nods reassuringly. That's good. What then? We force them to go deep. I love it when we go deep. Xander cuts in and everyone looks at him. He pauses a little, intimidated by the tension, and Flint nods at him to continue. I've been out here before on a salvage run. There's an assembly line that runs through the whole place, filled with old manufactory machines. We seal the doors, activate the machines, make it a maze of malfunctioning construction arms and dead ends. Alright then, control the route, I like it, Seraphin smiles at Xander. And if we get lucky, maybe one of those machines will do the job for us. I doubt it, Flint joins in. We'll need the ordnance from the silos and mining charges fuel whatever is left from when this place was churning out Solheim goods. They furrow their brow. We blow the place to make sure. Silence passes through the cockpit, the danger of what you're about to attempt dawning on everyone present. Okay, Seraphin has a dark look. That's the plan. We detonate the ordnance with a command from the rig. A simple wide-band comms signal. We'll get them. Seraphin pats Finn on the shoulder, and once they go in, the hunter isn't coming back out. He turns to you. Anything we missed? Are we really going to blow it up? I don't know why we're asking this. I'm just like, I like the plan. Seems like a good plan. Let's get to it, you know what I mean? Enough of it to kill them, yeah. Everyone looks at Xander. What? That's the plan, right? Right, Seraphin confirms. How long do we think we have? There's a lot of factory down there. Dunter got me and Carmen fast. Flint looks at the compact. No more than 3 cycles. Fuck. When the hunter came for us, Flint grimaces, remembering the attack on Carmen's ship. They came out of nowhere, hit us hard and fast. If it wasn't for Carmen, we need to be ready for anything. Flint looks at you. There won't be a warning. Seraphin sighs. Nice pep talk. Flint, you better find somewhere deep in that place, down in the bedrock. But make sure it has a back door, okay? He nods at the sleeper. The rest of us get to work. Alright, you heard Flint. We do this and we do it right, and we make our stand on this rock. Let's not waste a moment more. 3 cycles? Fuck, to do all of this? Okay, it's not... Ooh, okay, it's kind of a lot. Oh, wow. Dude, this is a massive amount. What are we doing? Holy shit, this is like a... This isn't a small amount of rolls, you know? Definitely bringing Junie along seems to have been a fucking mistake. What's this? That's the rig. Ugh, this one's a rough one, Chief. Let's grab a 6 on that. We got at least Eugene rolls like an absolute god. You can always trust Eugene to be an absolute boss with it, man. This is a hard pressed one to succeed at. I need to recalculate. You're already stressed. Basically, we need to complete one of these a turn. That's not even fucking possible, bro. You like god rolls to do that. I think we can do this, but holy shit, it's this is a rough one. 3 turns, alrighty. I don't know why we're 3 stress already. God. Eugene hits a 6. Perfect, Eugene. God, I love you, dude. I love you. I hate how it does that. I select, yes, no. Select that. Do that. Start action. Thank you. Just give this 100% positive. Let's do entrapment. Cool, we've done one part. You float for a moment observing the chaos of the old assembly line. The scale of the structure, the number of the machines, the arm and fabrications, the welders, the bolters, suggest industry on a scale that you have never witnessed. The Helion system, a system that now subsists on leftovers on its failed corporate owners, once filled with manufacturers like this, churning out components and technologies, machines and resources for extracting the valuable materials and minerals that Solheim existed to amass. If someone was able to rebuild one of these places, put it back together, put it back into operation, imagine what could be fed into the belt, what changes could come for its people. Yet no one will undertake such a task because this place is haunted by the spectre of Solheim, an entity that every being in the system can trace their origins back to, an entity that turned the entire system into a machine for accumulation, and that did not distinguish between human and machines as it did. You look at the broken machines, worn down and rusted, crippled and bent. Some of them have been put back into use this past cycle as part of your plan, and those jerk or turn randomly, blinding groping for components that will never be fed to them. None of them are sentient machines like you, and so they cannot feel or think, and yet you cannot decide if for them to persist is kind of a cruelty that radiates from the system that created them, or an indication of a new life, one that grants them new function, new meaning, and the possibility of something more. Creepy, right? Xander floats beside you, his voice hissing through the close-range comms. Maybe the hunter will get spooked by those twitching arms. He imitates the scattered movements of the factory machines. I doubt it. I'm just messing. Those things wouldn't scare Candace. So Xavier gives you a look. How come this hunter isn't chasing you? My tracker is deactivated, huh? He shoots you a lucky. Who did that? My captor. I see. Let's focus on the hunter. He nods. He looks out at the assembly line and sighs. I like Flint. I'm happy to do this for them. He turns back to you. And I want to like you too. Well, that's nice, man. It's nice that you want to like me. I'm happy with that. So don't mess this up, alright? He gives you a hard look. Don't let Flint down. Xander kicks off and guides towards the exit without waiting for a response. You watch him go for a moment before turning away. There's still so much to do. Okay. Yeah, we are a little cooked. Bad rolls by Junie there. We can do this one because we're... God, imagine if we didn't have... Imagine if we hadn't spec'd into Endure. We would be in trouble, man. Got another talk. Candace, what's up, dude? Candace, you know, the voice comes over the comms shimmering with the interference from here. It doesn't look half bad. You look across the shell of the manufactory, now studded with lights and dotted with markings with fresh welds and plates, giving the whole place a fragile patchwork feeling. If I was a piece of shit hunter, this is what I think a normal settlement would look like, right? Right. Candace goes quiet for a moment, her attempt at humour only serving to remind you both of the desperate circumstances. Have you spoken to Flint? Candace pauses. I mean, really spoken? Not really. Oh. Candace searches for a response. I hate to say that, like, I don't really care about Flint. I understand that we are, like, both sleepers, but that's like people being like, this is gonna be a crazy example, but being like, yo, I'm from Africa, and it's like, oh, so you know, it's like, so you know all Africans? It's like, yeah, we're from the same place. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. Like, I hate to be that guy, but it's like, I'm Australian, and then there's another Australian around. Doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to see eye to eye. Like, I don't like it just because we're the same sort of thing that everybody's like, well, shouldn't you guys be best friends? And it's like, not really. I don't really like the guy, to be honest. Flint is very loyal. I know they're quiet and well intense, she sighs. I just hope you two can find some common ground. We get on just fine. Of course, sorry, Candace stops again. Olivia is a refuge. Candace takes a breath for all of us. I was in trouble when I met Carmen. We all were, in one way or another. Seraphine has told me a lot about you. Candace hesitates, and I see that you're trying to what you were trying to do for Flint and Olivia. Dude, I'm just here to speak to Carmen. Right, she says, I understand. The comm clicks off, returning to the silence of the manufacturer. You look out across the false colony, the glittering lights that signify nothing. You can't wait to be finished with this place. Yeah, I hate this whole storyline. I don't care about Flint, dude. I know I'm one of the boys. I'm one of the sleepers, but it's like, dude, I got my own stuff going on. I'm just here. I just want to talk to Carmen. Learn the information that we need to learn. I'm not out here trying to make like sleeper friends, you know what I mean? Like, I just accidentally muted everything. I didn't even know I could do that. Alright, let's finish this off. We've actually, what would have ruined us here is if we were getting the rolls that we got earlier on. We've actually rolled pretty well here, which is kind of nice. Memories of Maywick. Ooh, recall back to Maywick in the first one, which was crazy. The Maywick story was mad. Go easy with that. Flint's voice rumbles over the local comms as you secure the final piece of ordnance. You turn to see them floating backlit in the entrance of the bay, one of many that you have rigged with ordnance deep in the manufacturing. Down there, dust and flecks of rust float through the beams of your light, and the walls are bent and buckled. They spent the past cycles here, picking out a spot to draw the hunter down. One they should be able to slip out of when the hunter finds their way in. It's a long time to be down in these dark tunnels waiting. Looks like we're just about done. Their voices flat, their tone pragmatic. We are. Flint nods. Good. Flint glides into the bay. There's something I should tell you. Something I think you'll understand. What we are doing out here is not about saving me, it's about Olivia. You struggle to see Flint's face behind them. I don't care about your shit town. I should be on a ship out of there, leading this hunter away, but they won't let me do that. They shake their head in frustration. And even if they would, they can't spare the ship, not after Carmen's got shot up. That was my mistake. I never should have let him persuade me to come with him on that supply run. Flint looks down. What's done is done. What matters now, what I need from you, is a promise. Flint's bright irises flash. That you bring this place down with me in it, if that means stopping the hunter. Sure. Flint nods. I knew you'd understand. You know as well as I that those who get close to us are at risk. That we as sleepers have to recognize what we open the door to. No, I'm just don't like you very much, and I'm kind of happy just to drop a fucking building on you. That's kind of how I feel. Carmen is my fault. I won't let Olivia's downfall too. With that, they turn and leave. You in the dark. So we done? Dude, you actually have to do it by like now. That's a very tough sell, man. You effectively have 2 days to do that in. That's rough. Wake up, sleeper. Seraphine is in the bunks. We've got incoming. You shake off the haze of the forgotten dreams and get up in moments. You're in the cockpit. Xander, Candace, and Seraphine all gathered around the console. On it, the local view shows nothing. A single ship signal and a few objects beyond the scattering of debris. It was right there, I swear. Seraphine jumps to the screen. A ship. Small, but definitely a ship. Seraphine Candace sighs. We've all been up a while. Get some sleep. I know what I saw. He catches her eye. You look at the screen. its gridded view showing the scattered signatures of debris like schools of fish drifting in a soft current. The manufacturing is a noisy blob at the center of the cycle, one that dissolves into the background as it edges nothing. And then, there it is, a flicker, a flash, a spark of movement and light among one of the debris clouds. It flares and then it's gone again. You look up and Seraphim meets your eye. He reads your expression immediately. Seraphim slams a head down on the console, opening up the comm channel. Look alive, Flint. They're coming in. Go deep and be ready to run. He pulls his hand off the switch. We better hope they heard that. Then you see it through the cockpit glass, the flare of an engine, faint and masked, but driving a squat, dark ship out of the debris, the Hunter. The ship seems to idle near the manufacturer's asteroid, drifting past the dressed up shell of the old factory. Time to see if our fake colony is convincing enough. Candace nervously clasped their hands. Will they buy it? I'm going to give my opinion on this. There is no way that the Hunter would expect anybody to set up a fake colony. They 100% will buy it. They better. Seraphim looks concerned, because if they think this place looks abandoned, the Hunter might just strafe the whole facility. Seraphim swallows hard. We need them to dock, to come inside. You look out at the ship, and as you do, it jumps forward towards the docking tower. You watch for a few tense moments as it hesitates and then slides into position on one of the docking bridges. That's a relief. They went for it. Seraphim pats you on the shoulder. Good job. The rat is in the maze. We track them now. He exhales. At least that's the theory. I hooked up some basic monitoring devices in the assembly line. Xander calls over from another console. A few shitty cameras repurposed from the factory's monitoring systems. Nothing, not much, but hopefully enough to tell where they are at. Candace, Seraphim, and you crowd around the screen. Xander flicks between noisy black and white images that feed static. You squint into the fizzy dark trying to pick out any detail, then suddenly you see them. As an art operative. A shadow drifting beneath the flickering light, dark clad in military gear, a gun held at their shoulder, deadly pale skin, and in their eyes gleaming through the faceplate, glowing irises. Who the hell is that? Seraphim pulls back from the screen. They look like a sleeper. Generally, all of the sleepers that, Warwick was a sleeper, I think, as well. The figure disappears outside the margins of the frame and Xander flicks through the feeds. Where did they go? You drift back from the screen trying to think straight. The Hunter is a sleeper or something else. You replay the image of the figure in your mind, but it has already shifted in your memories. It is your face staring back. It is Flint. It is the sleeper mask of death. Sleeper, Seraphim grabs you both by the shoulders and looks you in the eye. We need to focus. We should get down there. Xander's eyes are wide. This changes things? This changes nothing. Seraphim nods. We wait for Flint's signal. We hold here. The ordnance in this place. Seraphim looks for reassurance. The moment we get the signal, we blow it. You think of mining charges rigged in the dusty chains, the fuel barrels lashed together to detonators, the command code ready to transmit from the rig. Seraphim sees determination in your eyes. We hold. So you wait. Candace's eyes on the manufacturer below. Xander tapping at the glass. Seraphim perched by the console, listening for the signal. Then you hear it, a hiss in the open comms channel. You look to Seraphim as he hears it too. A static haze that fills the cockpit. You will go still. Seraphim nods towards an indicator on the console. It's Flint's channel. A click, a scrap, then silence. Seraphim taps the console. What? He scrolls. Flint's transceiver is gone. It's dead. Panic hits the cockpit. Xander glides over the console. Candace going pale. Sleeper. Seraphim turns and looks back over, his shoulders towards you. We need to go in. Go. Candace looks between you, Seraphim, and Xander with steely expressions. I'll stay here. She glances nervously at the console. Give me the signal, I'll send the detonation signal. She swallows hard. If it works. Seraphim looks torn for a moment and then nods. Let's go. You rush down to the airlock and suit up with the others. Why do we... I really hate that we pretend to be human. In the sense that it's why the fuck would we ever bother suiting up? Like, it doesn't matter. We're a robot, dude. Just jump out. Like, it's like one of the pros of being the robot is that, like, surely everybody would look at you and be like, why are you LARPing? I would just walk out, be like, alright, I'll meet you guys out there. One of the pros is that I don't have to breathe, so this is huge. And then you're out descending through the rock strewn void in tense silence. Unless you could argue you're doing it for like extra protection, then I'd understand. But then wouldn't you just have your own suit of like military-ish gear? You enter the manufacturing through a gap in the frame, passing through layers of twisted facility, into the deep parts where you know Flint waits in the dark. You see nothing. You say nothing to each other, afraid the comms will be intercepted. You lead Xander and Seraphin on. On seeking the deep bays under the Silas, where you begin setting up ordnance through unfinished. Perhaps there is enough down there for this to work. If not, Seraphin's hand falls on your shoulders, pulling you back. You go to speak, and then you see it, a torch beam lancing through the dark. The hunter, as you saw them on the grainy footage of Xander's camera, but real now just below, a long gun held ready at their shoulders, pushing through the dark, broken layers of the facility, seeking Flint. Seraphin, Xander, and you exchange wide-eyed glances in silence. The hunter passes below, disappearing into a dark passage. You wait together, the moment stretching out, then descend down into that same passage. The silence is absolute. Suddenly, there is a flash of light ahead, a bright and forceful, and a rumble that shakes the rust flakes from the walls. Xander pushes off hard, launching past you into the dark. Seraphin goes too, and you instinctively glide forward as another rumble shakes the foundation of the facility. You come into a low bay scattered with glowing embers, scorched holes in the wall, spew drops of red-hot metal where a weapon has been discharged. The hunter floats at the center, taking aim again, and you see a flickering movement at the far side, Flint retreating. Before you can act, a sly figure in the suit slams into the back of the hunter. Xander, as he hits the hunter's gun, the hunter's gun spins out of the hand as he slams into his back, pretty much. Grab the gun. You kick away from Xander and the hunter as they grapple together, spinning in the dark towards the deep shaft at the far end of the bay. You spot the shape of the long gun as it spins ahead of you. As you reach for it, your hand locking around the sculpted grip, you spin and raise it. The first shot goes wide, burning a scorching hole in the bay wall. The second shot grazes the side of the hunter's suit in a flurry of sparks. They are thrown away from Xander, unable to find anything to slow their glide. The hunter disappears into the dark of the shaft, leaving a trail of embers in the dark. You see fear in Xander's eyes, and they turn back to you, the muzzle of the gun's smokes glowing red. It is spent. Why would you bring a gun that only fires like a couple bullets? Or maybe it just needs to be reloaded. I've got Flint. Seraphin calls over the local comms. We ascend now. You look across to the two of them, kicking off the floor of the bay towards the ragged hole in the ceiling. You and Xander exchange a simple glance and follow. Cadence, Seraphin is on the whole wideband. Detonate the place now. Send the command. There's silence. You ascend through the layers of the manufacturing room, seeking the open void of space beyond. You clear the manufacturing room, gliding into the open space. A silent shockwave like a gust of wind rushes through the void. The silent rumble spits out a scatter of debris. You turn back, still guiding towards the ship. You see the shattered manufactory. I just can't call it a manufacturing. Whole sectors are bending outward, the frame shredded, plating tumbling away in shards. You look across at Seraphin and Flint, their eyes set on the ship. Trying to stay ahead of the debris, you do the same, fixing your attention on the rig, nothing else. The hunter is dead. Phew! Good job, team! Good job, team. Holy shit. That was a lot, man. I thought we were just gonna come here and give a guy a, give a guy a little cheeky little disc. Instead, we ended up killing a sleeper. You limp back The mood in the rig, one of deep exhaustion, but as the colony appears visible from the cockpit, the satisfaction of having run a terrifying gauntlet and come back in one piece shifts the mood. I'm assuming we got really lucky with our rolls on that, because that seems like, to be able to complete those three seems very, very, very hard. The crew's improved mood only becomes more obvious as you draw closer. As you come into the dock with the colony, you feel a wave of relief. Seraphim pats you on the shoulder. I will say one other thing. I hope that we brought the sleeper ship back with us, so now that this colony can have another ship. The hunter, he sighs, Essen is crueler than I could have imagined. What matters is we dealt with them. We certainly did. The airlock hisses open, revealing the docking bridge where Alexander first confronted you. This time, another more substantial figure waits in the passage. Carmen! Are here the ones I should be thanking for saving my life? Carmen leans against the side of the tunnel, one eye clamped against his waist. So, thank you. He does the two of you. Good to see you up. Just about, although I'm told I shouldn't be. He smiles slyly. Carmen, Candace rushes past the two of you, gliding into Carmen with an embrace strong enough to leave the injured man off balance. Alright, careful. You don't want to put me back in the med bay, now do you? Carmen pushes Candace back with a gentle grip on her shoulders. He flinches as he does, his joke clearly holding some truth. Sorry, Candace smiles. Just glad to see you up. A frown crosses Carmen's face. Where's Xander? You losing your vision, old man? You look back to see Xander and Flint behind you in the tunnel. Xander smiles wildly at Carmen, betraying his happiness to see him. I'll be fine, Xan. Carmen's words are confident, but his tone suggests he isn't convinced. You notice his hands are tightly balled into fists, as if resisting pain, and wonder if he should really be up at all. Carmen turns to look at you and Seraphim. I think we need to talk. How about the two of you and Flint accompany me to the medbay? Carmen winks. Flint pushes past you both and goes to Carmen, helping him out of the tunnel. As he does, they exchange a few words, but you're too far away to make them out. You and Seraphim exchange glances and follow behind them into the town. This guy got like a little orange. Ooh, level up, nice. Carmen leads you to a small recovery chamber in the medbay where the bed is set up. A handful of tubes and wires float gently beside it, attached to boxy devices. Flint has already left the group, leaving just you and Seraphim and Oliviera's injured founder. Carmen meets your eye with a hard look. So how did you end up stumbling out onto our colony in the shoals? He raised an eyebrow. Because we're not usually open to visitors, Akita sent us. You see a flicker of recognition in Carmen's eyes when you mention her. You produce a thumbnail drive, holding it out for Carmen to inspect. She told the sleeper to deliver this to you. And you alone. Seraphim folds his arms. Carmen pauses thoughtfully. That's a name I haven't heard for a while. He takes a drive. It seems I should thank you again, he sighs, and perhaps I owe you some explanation myself. Keita and I used to work together a lifetime ago. Carmen shakes his head. We went our separate ways, but then she turned up back in the city. I established this colony as a refuge, a way of starting again. Carmen clasps his hand together. The belt is changing, and I am afraid of what is coming. Akita took refuge here for a short while, and then one cycle she was gone. Carmen shrugs. That's not unusual for her. Each of us have our own demons. He holds up the drive. I'll take a look at what's on here when I'm able. He looks at the drive with concern. I'll let you know what I find. You and Seraphim thank him and leave the chamber as he settles back on his recovery bed. As you leave, Flint catches your attention. Can we speak? God, I wish this guy would go away. Seraphim pauses. I'll catch you back at the rig. He looks between the two of you and then glides away. Flint hovers a look of concern. What do you need, dude? Flint gives a curious look. You don't remember any of it, do you? Any of what? Any of how you got here, of our history? Flint screws up their face in a pained expression. At first I thought you were hiding something, or you were intentionally avoiding the subject, so I waited, but I understand it now. You don't remember me at all. Brother, I have no idea who you are. You take a moment to think to try to recall Flint. You furrow your brow in frustration, shifting through hazy memories of Darkside and further back of your arrival into the belt. You close your eyes and you see the faces of other sleepers, panicked, desperate, in darkness. I don't remember. We worked together in the same S&R mining installation, along with other sleepers. He searches your eyes for a spark of recognition. We weren't close. I'm not sure we really spoke. Few of us did. But I was there when we planned the escape together. They ran to the freighter, collapsing the mine shaft. Flint stopped, struggling to continue in the face of the blank look you were giving them. You feel an unpleasant itch, as if something is crawling around inside your skull. You can see that Flint wants you to recall them, to recall the escape, the installation, but you find only hazy sensations, and beneath them pain. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. Flint looks down. I know you can't help it, I just needed to say something, to know if you really don't remember. Thank you for everything you've done for me, and for Oliveira. Flint turns and drifts away, dejectedly unable to continue. As you watch Flint go, you scratch at the side of your head, trying to find something in the way they move, the way they speak, their mask-like face. A face that was identical to yours when it was first cast, but that, over cycle after cycle of wear and damage, has been transformed. Two machines so close in form and function, estranged by experience. Okay, let's go get some food. Another day. Yeah. Well, I guess that's cool that we know the guy. I knew he was acting weird. I just thought it was, you know, a sleeper thing. Now, next, I think we'll probably go with intuition. Is it intuition or intelligence? I just call it intuition. There's been so much reading. Thanks for coming, Sleeper. Carmen is waiting for you and Seraphim when you arrive at the medbay. Looking a lot fresher, he leads you into a small alcove set up like an office, with an aging terminal on a simply welded desk and a small window looking out across the dusty rock of the city. Got some news for us? Seraphim asks impatiently. Since you arrived back from the manufactory, he has been restless, though you aren't sure why. Not to worry, Carmen grins slyly. I think you'll want to hear this. He hits a key on the terminal, and a file browser appears on screen, showing hundreds of individual pieces of data. Akita has been busy, Carmen gestures to the screen. She's been scraping Utsubo communications cycle after cycle, got access to ciphers and encryptions that only the gang's leadership should be able to see. He smiles. It seems she's learnt some tricks since we worked together. But that's not what matters. What matters is the concept of these messages. He taps a few keys and loads some of the data, which scrolls down the screen. Some parts of Utsubo leadership have been getting ideas. Ideas about taking Greenbelt and controlling food production in the belt. About exerting power over Wellspring. Big ideas for a gang. But these Obitsubo members aren't alone. They've found themselves a powerful ally. Fuck, he shakes his head. CNET stat. That's like one of the major organizations. One of the two corporations fighting a bitter battle over control of the inner system. A pernicious force, one that Utsubo are opening a door for in the belt. You can't be serious, Seraphim cuts in. They can't be that stupid. I don't know what to tell you. At least someone inside Utsubo is trying to broker a partnership. Who? Seraphim leads over at the screen. You don't need Carmen's answer, and neither does Seraphim. Laine. Seraphim looks at you, shaking his head. It has to be Laine. Carmen looks between both of you. Seems like you already know something I don't. Laine is a piece of shit. Utsubo leader who thinks he owns us. Seraphim shakes his head. Exactly the kind of piece of shit arrogant enough to try and manipulate the stat. Carmen nods thoughtfully. My condolences. I'm starting to see how you cross paths with Akita. We have a shared enemy then. Carmen pauses, his face unmoving. I'm not sure you want this fight, Sleeper. Like I said, Akita and I worked together. To put it simply, we ran in the same mercenary outfit. Carmen looks away. A lot has happened since then, but this message, this data, it's her calling in a favor, and I owe her, and for that Carmen shakes his head and pushes himself off the desk, crossing the room to look out of the window. Hell, after what went down, I owe you both too. You look at Carmen, staring out at the surface of the hostile rock, and wonder what he sees out there. He established this colony not as a fallback, as a retreat, not just for him, for others too. But you get the feeling that Carmen knows any retreat is only ever temporary. He turns back to you, and Sleeper, what will you do? We'll take on Lutsuba. Take on a gang, Carmen smiles. Are you sure about that? We're gonna end Laine, whatever it takes. Seraphim stares down Carmen, fistballed. Carmen looks at you. That one is going to get you in trouble. He turns to Seraphim, but I like the energy. He looks back out the window. This is not something we're going to take head on. He shakes his head. Akita sent us our weapon. Carmen turns and gestures at the control screen while it reams incriminating data. Utsubo don't control all of Darkside. They only aspire to. They also claim to offer protection from the war from Setnat and Conway. This presents us with an opportunity. Utsubo was full of members who would rather die than concede Darkside to corporate interests. We play this right, Utsubo will end Laine for us. He smiles at Seraphim. To use your phrase, we leak the data? Not leak, Carmen frowns. This is delicate, tricky. There are a lot of ways this can play out badly for us all. We can handle it. We've cracked Darkside once, we can do it again. Seraphim's confidence is infectious. Is that right? Carmen seems to be thinking something though. He crosses to the console, back to the window, and then to the console once more. Alright, I'm gonna need some time, but I can put this together. Carmen nods at Seraphim. We need that energy, but also need to be ready. We can't rush this, it's not ending well, so I wait. Carmen turns his attention. We'll go from Greenbelt when you're ready. I have friends there who can help us get a ship of yours into Darkside. Seraphis looks at you. We have our own preparations to make, but we'll be ready. Alright, Carmen unplugs Akita's drive and hands it to you. Take this, get out of here. I don't want anyone finding this thing in my possession. You take it. The tiny drive somehow heavier now that you know it contains the key to exposing Laine. Thank you. I'll see you in Wheat Sheaf. Carmen smiles to himself. They know me there. I'm assuming that's a farm in the Greenbelt. Just understanding something. Carmen's expression turns serious. You want my help on this? There's no way we can let it get back to the colony. Once you leave here, you're not coming back. Not until we're done. He meets your eyes. I need your confirmation that you recognize the importance of this. I understand. Carmen nods, then you can go. He returns to the window to stare at whatever it is he sees out there among the dusty rocks. Oh, look, it's my favorite guy. Welcome in. When you get back to the rig, Flint is waiting for you, leaning by the docking tunnel with a bag on their shoulder. They look up as you approach. Hey. Their greeting appears a little unsure. Hey. I know you've already done a lot for me, so I'm not going to push you or ask you for pity. They pause. You feel like they've been preparing a speech. Firstly, I owe you, and I want to pay you back. I can work, and I can fight, and I can protect this ship and this crew with everything I have. Secondly, we come from the same place, and whether you remember it or not, that means something. It must. It really doesn't mean a goddamn thing. Unless you're like super tribalistic, then it means everything. I know I'm not the easiest to get along with. I know you might have reservations about having another sleeper on the ship, but we let them finish. I'm eager, I'm ready, and I want to move on. And then I want to show my value. They pause, and well, yeah, I think that's it. You look at Flint, their frame, so much more damaged than yours, but with a fire burning their eyes. That makes them seem bigger than they are. Welcome aboard. We're not going to turn down extra help, even if I don't like the guy. A smile spreads across Flint's face, and they look down to hide it. Thank you, they say to the floor. This will work out, you'll see. Flint nods to you once more, and then turns and glides down the docking tunnel towards the ship. As they do, two figures at the edge of the docking concourse catch your eye. You pause to look, shifting a little, and as you do, you recognize Candace leaning in. Some words are exchanged, one you can only guess at, and then the other figure embraces Candace and turns back to the ship. As Seraphin approaches, he ducks his head, passing quietly into the docking tunnel without a word. So them two are trying to fuck. You take one last look at the docks, but Candace is gone. You idle a moment longer, you feel that there's something, some presence, even in these empty bays, something rare in all the belt that Olive has captured. But, as with all things, you must learn to leave it behind. New ship crew available. Dude, I don't really... We got like a pretty big crew, huh? Oh, and we leveled up. We can grab... Honestly, I think we just go full for that. Overthrow Laine. Investigate Hexport. Let's get the fuck out of here. Let's get back to the Hollow, and then we'll go to the other place. Oh god, we've got kind of shit dice. I wonder if I could like... I wonder if I can up my stress, break them, and then fix them. You know what I mean? I mean, we have 3, that's not too bad. I don't really know how I'd up my stress though. That would be a cool way of solving that as a problem. Aren't I meeting here? The wheat shelf, we are. That meal. Wait for Carmen's message. Okay, we're just waiting, I guess. Sure. I wish I could repair them. We can feed the stray. I'm good, dude. Have a rest, I guess. Wait for his message. We just wait here. You find yourself in the cockpit alone with Flint. God, they have a habit of entering a room so silently that you don't notice them arrive, or the reserve leaving so silently that you turn around and find them gone. Right now they hover expectantly as the corner of vision preparing to speak. God, this guy with his robot talk. Do you ever think about your original? The way they ask the question, they can tell they've been eager to ask it for a while. The person who you were emulated from, I mean the person who sold themselves, sold you to S&R. Flink's expression doesn't betray any emotion, but you feel they can detect some unknowing feeling whirling behind their eyes. I actually just want to be like, I don't, ever. He pauses, unsure of how to respond. Never? Their brow knits in confusion. Sometimes I can't stop thinking about them, about who they were, and if who I am has anything to do with them. Is my personality a product of being asleep, or simply a copy of theirs? Have I changed, or am I still identical to them? Does the emulation process, the loss of memory, the insertion into the frame actually make us totally different people? What came through the process of emulation, and what was blocked? Flint looking around the cockpit rapidly now, their eyes flickering from object to object as they speak. Are their memories still inside me, but cut off, concealed? And if I admit it, I wonder if I ever know what it feels like to be a person. Do humans around me feel things I feel, or do they feel more, feel less, feel somehow differently? Flint, like, this conversation better end with you giving me a drive to acquire upgrade points, because if it doesn't, I'm going to severely regret bringing you along. Do they feel the creeping claustrophobia of being trapped inside a body with no escape? Flint's eyes flick back to you, or do only we know truly how we feel? Ah, dude, I can't answer that. Then who can? Oh my god, this guy fucking sucks. Flint meets your eyes. I haven't seen another sleeper since I escaped. Share your experiences. There is a wall in you, one that you have built around yourself, one that separates that kind of question Flint is asking from parts of you that you need to live. You feel it now, like a weight in your chest, and behind there is a raging torrent pressing against it. You cannot take down the wall, you would drown, but for this moment for Flint and for yourself, you take a single brick and make a gap in the wall and share what comes bursting forth. You talk about what it feels like to wake up in a dying body, to catch a glance of yourself in the mirror, to be seen, to be reminded of your false and fractured face. You share the plan of lost memories, of fleeting deja vu, of dreams slipped beneath the waking life and replace it. You find in your broken bodies and unsteady minds a kind of solidarity, one shared between connected strangers who might one cycle understand each other as friends. As you put the brick back in and shore up your defenses, you know the cycle will not be this one, but its distant possibility is a reassuring one. Fuck. Whew, I had to lock in there, dude. I wanted Flint to stop talking. Oh, thank God it's not Flint. We got a message, Sleeper. Seraphim comes to the bunks to get you, his mood unusually serious. He brings you to the cockpit, his keepsake coin in his hand the whole time, spinning between his fingers. Seraphim is worried. Once you're in the cockpit, you recognize Carmen's voice immediately playing over the rig's speakers. Sleeper, I have this message. I hope this message finds you and your crew safely. You'll forgive me if I am a little tight on the details. My message is as follows. We are ready. We will be waiting where agreed. Godspeed. The message ends with a click. So, Seraphim takes a deep breath. They are waiting in Greenbelt, the wheat shelf. He said, whatever that is, you ready for this? I am ready. Alright then. Quiet falls in the cockpit. There doesn't seem to be much more to say. Carmen will be waiting, but you know he will want you to be prepared. I'll be ready when you are, Sleeper. Seraphim nods to you. You nod back. You know where you need to go to end this. What? So the question is, do we complete this? Do we complete the game? I feel like we complete it tomorrow. That's my thought. Because there's still stuff we're gonna do after Darkside, so I think we will leave it there. And that's the wheat shelf, I'm assuming. Yeah, I think that's a plan. I've been the Viper Moose. Hope you've enjoyed. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff. It means the world to me. Most importantly, I hope you enjoyed this. I hope my reading wasn't too bad. There was a couple of rough moments there. Also rough moments when it comes to the terrible dice rolls that was causing me undue stress earlier on. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Oh, and I hope I'll see you tomorrow, man. We'll win the game. The reason I say end it there is once we do what we have to do in Darkside, we can actually go back out and return to places and do other stuff. So we're going to do that as well. So there should be quite a bit left. Yeah. Have a good one. Cheers.